And this is kind of the base of our soup. All right, so we're gonna put that into the Vitamix. You don't have to have a Vitamix. You could use an immersion blender, regular blender. I like these Vitamixes. They also can make grains. They can actually grind grains into flour. All right, well, stand back. We're gonna pour it back into our soup pan, or nice and smooth. And here, we'll just heat up. We'll need to add some chives, which I have right here. That's pre-chopped, just to finish. It gives a nice little bit of green color and contrast to that yellow. We will also salt and pepper as needed, but we'll start off with about 1 teaspoon of salt and some freshly ground pepper. And that is our butternut squash soup. So the last thing we're gonna do for our soup is we're gonna add a little bit of acid. Most of these soups need a little bit of acid to round out their flavor. I add a little bit of salt to taste. So we're gonna put probably the juice of probably a half lime to give us that nice bit of acid to our soup. We're gonna mix that a little bit. And then we're always going to taste, make sure that our flavors are great. That's good.
One of the things we added was citrus to a lot of the portions of the meal. Citrus is a great way to add flavor without adding salt or sugar. This is a good example of a appropriately portioned plate. There is protein, usually about the size of a deck of cards. There is a whole grain, which should keep about the size of your fist or smaller. There is a side of soup. The soup has a lot of beta-carotenes, vitamins. The more color there is to your vegetables, the more nutrients there are. There is another side soup here. Oftentimes you can do a sauteed green or another vegetable. It's a good idea to put 2 vegetables on your plate with each meal. You can do green salads. This one features a lot of bok choy, so although there's some protein in the soup, it also features a fair amount of vegetable.
The other element that we like to introduce in food is sort of non-tasting, so it's color. So you see the color in this soup, the color of the green sauce, that all adds to making food taste better, actually. And that's why we add little small bits of green, or that's also part of the meal itself, but adds that bit of color and makes the meal seem more exciting.
You know the name, Sullenberger's Hardware, but did you know they have sporting goods, guns, ammo, archery, hunting blinds, everything for the outdoorsman? Come get some.
Powell's Plumbing is your best choice for quality and professionalism. We have a truck in your neighborhood. At Powell's Plumbing, we can handle any plumbing or septic job, big or small, from well pumps to sewer and drain cleaning, as well as leaking faucets and water heaters. Go to powellsplumbing.com for more info and special savings. So, leaky faucets, toilets won't flush, or overflowing, kitchen sink backed up. Call Powell's Plumbing. We've got 30 years of serving the community with quality and professionalism you can count on.
As part of our member commitment, the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber offers a suite of benefits to help you achieve your business goals. Through our series of monthly mixers, lead share groups, and legacy events, you can socialize and network with other businesses, reach community leaders, establish connections, and create lasting relationships. Throughout the year, Valley businesswomen meet, offering a forum for discussing important issues and concerns and a series of informative and entertaining luncheons and headlining guest speakers. Opportunities such as the Chamber's Public Policy Series, Lunch and Learn, and your participation in our various committees will keep you informed of what's new in your field, changes in legislation, and happenings in the community. Add to your skill set and learn more about the area with the Chamber's Community Leadership Program, or build your personal skills with Life Leader 360. Receive free advice from the Laurel Ridge Small Business Development Center on such matters as human resources, accounting, operations, social media, and more. Get your business noticed through traditional and innovative avenues. From ribbon cuttings to online or print advertising, we'll help you achieve a higher profile. Top of Virginia Regional Chamber. Your success is our business.
Greetings, I'm Eugene Smith. I own the EBS Gallery in Old Town Winchester. Early in life, I fell in love not necessarily with art itself, I fell in love with the creative process. I think what's helped my business through the years is the diversity of style and what brings a lot of people in, especially from the DC metropolitan area. I have a diverse grouping of work. I do a lot of the Asian, the abstracts, traditional. People come from all around to visit Winchester area and to soak up the history. Historically, it's top of the line, and we've preserved that unity for this little small town called Winchester. So if you're in the area, I'd really appreciate you stopping by the gallery. We have a great collection of wonderful restaurants in Winchester and a lot of other small shops other than mine.
At Winchester Public Schools, we found our rich diversity only brings us closer together. We're one community with one purpose, learning for all.
In the heart of the beautiful Shenandoah Valley, Winchester Public Schools serves 4,400 students. Our district is made up of 4 elementary schools, 1 intermediate, 1 middle, and 1 high school. We want every student to take an active role in their education. While encouraging them to pursue academic excellence, they can also get involved in school sports, performing arts, and leadership opportunities.
The thing I like best is that you can really see the dedication of the teachers and administration and staff throughout all the public schools.
By integrating the latest technology and emphasizing a STEM-based curriculum, we're preparing our students to compete in a global economy. We're excited to launch a new state-of-the-art innovation center, which is another resource to help students develop marketable skills before entering the workforce or college. Winchester Public Schools, learning for all, whatever it takes.
The top of Virginia Regional Chamber has long supported efforts to bring together local business owners and skilled workers for the overall benefit of the community. Chamber collaboration with local school systems has created work-based learning programs that provide opportunities for students in the workplace. The Emil and Grace Shihada Innovation Center represents a major step forward toward promoting workforce development. A joint venture with Laurel Ridge Community College and local industry partners, the center equips Handley High School students with the skills and credentials for a wide range of locally in-demand career options by day, and offers certification programs in key trade careers through Laurel Ridge Community College at night.
Work-based learning can be thought of as a spectrum from career exploration all the way through career preparation. So students having the opportunity to participate in a one-day job shadow all the way through a cooperative education experience that lasts for an entire year are very valuable.
For those already launched on their career path, the Chamber's offerings such as the Young Professionals Group, Community Leadership Program, and Life Leader 360 provides inspiration and focus.
Our teachers do an amazing job of preparing our young people with workplace readiness skills inside the classrooms, and then work-based learning provides an extension of that and a really authentic opportunity for students to gain on-the-job training with local professionals.
Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, building a better workforce today, making for a more prosperous tomorrow.
One of the most exciting parts of the journey has been turning vision into reality. And to see the final product after, we unveiled it was just so heartwarming for me personally, for our school board, for other city leaders, for our staff, who literally put blood, sweat, and tears into the design, the thinking, the instructional model, giving feedback to the architects throughout the process.
The desire and goals for the project were to really elevate, to bring a focus to the career education that we're providing to students, but also to provide closer connections to our community and our business and industry. Also to break down barriers between core subject areas and career and technical education. What has happened in the past is those two things have lived in isolation. So to be able to bring the two pieces together and help students have that aha moment and a deeper understanding of what they're doing in both program areas, because they can see the application from one side to the other.
I think there's almost 30 solar tubes that bring in natural daylight throughout the building, so adding that aesthetic of natural light in different spaces was really important. But then the flow of the building, so we have 3 academies in the building, they're in different spaces, but it's all centered around this little circle. And so you just see a natural flow of students that is fairly organic, but just leads to a very comfortable space for students and staff.
This space allows for much more increased collaboration and then active teaching at the same time in whatever space you're using. So you really get the best of both worlds here.
This space invites kids to be themselves and not feel like they're confined, which is what we're trying to do. This gives them an opportunity to say, I can lay down and look at a book or read and still learn. I just think it gives them freedom and choice.
The flex spaces, the students use the flex spaces, so when they come out of their classroom after getting some direct instruction, they might go into the Synapse Hubs or one of the flex spaces and work in small groups together. The mezzanine area, the students love to go up there and work. It's quiet. They can rearrange the furniture to be able to see one another. They stand up at the tall tables instead of sitting all the time. So every space in this building is utilized.
VMDO constantly asked us for our input, and it was really incredible to come back as a team after the chaos of a school year to sit back and see, oh my gosh, someone's taking our ideas of how school should be and making this into reality.
And I think, too, it speaks to the commitment to a vision, right? And so when a community and a group of stakeholders say, this is really what we're after, we're going to be committed to that. We're going to keep our eye on the prize, and we're going to keep problem solving and iterizing and overcoming barriers as we get closer and closer to the vision, but we're not going to compromise the vision. I think that's the story of this group of people that came together to develop this idea called the Innovation Center.
I'm Justin Bogarty, winemaker for James Charles Winery here in Winchester, Virginia. If you want to see the true vineyard operations, this is really a family-run business from the ground up. We have been doing this for 20 years, 5 years in this location. This is all we do full-time. Not only do we grow the product, then we convert the product, we bottle the product, we label the product, we market the product, and we sell it out the front door. Winchester is an amazing community. Not only does it have this tremendous downtown, small, like Alexandria feeling place with our walking mall there, restaurants, but then the minute that you step out of Winchester, you are in this amazing bucolic setting. If you've never been here before, you just don't understand how beautiful of a place this is.
Award-winning hospitals, highly skilled people, cutting-edge technology. As we invest in bringing the future of healthcare close to home, one thing remains constant. We are neighbors caring for neighbors. We are about bringing doctors and specialists to our region from all over the world and leading cutting-edge techniques and talents to treat both the simple and the complex. We are about wellness and disease prevention, education, and research. We are about giving people a medical home so they can become and stay healthier. We are about fixing an injury or treating an illness 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and getting you back to work and life faster. We are about being a community partner, about teaching the next generation of healthcare providers, and about giving our employees a sense of well-being. We are about people, and about a community where we can all be healthier together.
I'm Dan Alexander. I'm a clinical cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
I'm Tricia Nashid, also a cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
And we're here to share some of the recipes that we make for our own family that we feel are heart healthy and may give you some ideas to cook your own heart healthy meals at home.
Next, we're going to do a Peruvian chicken, and I'm going to spatchcock the chicken, which is basically opening it up and flattening it. We're going to do a rub under the skin. So I'm going to start by making the rub. I'm going to take a bowl here. I'm going to add in about 3 cloves of chopped garlic. Add in some cumin. This is a tablespoon of ground cumin. I'm going to add in a tablespoon of paprika. Paprika is a pepperish type spice which doesn't have a lot of heat. We're going to add in about a teaspoon of oregano. And with that, I had mixed in about half a teaspoon of salt and some pepper. We'll go ahead and mix that all together. To this mixture, I'm going to add some lemon juice. Fish out that seed right there. All right. So to this paste, we are also adding the lemon juice to equal the juice of 1 lemon, and go ahead and take the zest from the lemon, which imparts a lot of flavor to it. And we just take this, and you want to just take the yellow, not the white. The white is a little bitter. There we go, and that looks pretty good. We'll just scrape that lemon zest into our rub and gather all this up, add it in. And that is our paste that we're going to use on the chicken. The chicken shears are pretty sharp. They can be found at most stores, and I find that they're very easy. You can just take the scissors or shears and cut them. It just opens the bird up like that. We'll do the same thing here on the other side. All right, and then you can, if you save the bones, you can put them in your freezer and make a chicken broth out of these later, or if you don't save them, you can discard it. Next, I take this bird and I just take my fingers and rub it right under the skin here. I tend to put my rubs and my spices under the skin so that when the chicken bakes, you can decide to either eat the skin or not eat the skin. Skin sometimes has a little more fat, and even if you discard the skin on this one, you'll still have a lot of flavor right in the chicken and the meat. Go ahead and grab our rub we made earlier and just take kind of a handful of that rub, and we'll rub it right under the skin, trying to get all the parts and the meat of the chicken. Turn the chicken over and get the back side. And again, we just kind of separate the skin away from the meat and just really get that rub inside against the meat. And the same thing on this last part here. Okay, and then I go ahead and after I do the rub on the outside, I squeeze the top of the bird with about a tablespoon of lemon juice. And then add salt to the top. Put it in a roasting pan and we'll put it in the oven. 400 degrees for an hour. I'm gonna make a green spicy sauce to go with that Peruvian chicken. So in a blender, I'm gonna go ahead and add in some cilantro, about 2 jalapeno peppers chopped. You can adjust that to your taste. Garlic, a little salt, some lime juice. We'll go ahead and add the mayonnaise to this. I oftentimes look for healthy mayonnaise, ones made out of avocado oil or canola oil. Try to avoid mayonnaise made out of soybean oil. Then we'll put this on here. Here we go. It looks delicious. All right, let's check in our chicken here. Oh, it looks delicious. Here we go. Nicely browned. Go ahead and set it down here. One of the things we added was citrus to a lot of the portions of the meal. Citrus is a great way to add flavor without adding salt or sugar. This is a good example of a appropriately portioned plate. There is protein, usually about the size of a deck of cards. There is a whole grain, which should keep about the size of your fist or smaller. There is a side of soup. The soup has a lot of beta-carotenes, vitamins. The more color there is to your vegetables, the more nutrients there are. There is another side soup here. Oftentimes you can do a sauteed green or another vegetable. It's a good idea to put 2 vegetables on your plate with each meal. You can do green salads. This one features a lot of bok choy, so although there's some protein in the soup, it also features a fair amount of vegetable.
The other element that we like to introduce in food is sort of non-tasting, so it's color. So you see the color in this soup, the color of the green sauce. That all adds to making food taste better, actually. And that's why we add little small bits of green, or that's also part of the meal itself, but adds that bit of color and makes the meal seem more exciting.
You are now entering Winchester, Frederick County. Close to home, but nothing like it. We're all out of hustle and bustle, but there's plenty of small town charm and characters to go around. You can't get here by following directions, only your gut. Let our old town teach you a few new tricks. Take a hike on the beaten path. Try something off the menu without reservations. Make this trip one for the history books. This is a land of wide open spaces and wide open itineraries, where city meets country. All are welcome, all are family. All you have to do is visit. Come see us at visitwinchesterva.com.
First of all, let me say thank you for each and every one of you that come out to celebrate with us today. This was a long time coming, and we finally got her open. So we are officially open for business today, December 2nd, 2021. And we're about to cut the ribbon and go to work. So again, I want to thank each and every one of you. And well, before we cut the ribbon, let me do some introductions. How about that? So, I guess first of all, let me introduce Justin Salon. He is the chairman of the board, the owner of the corporate franchise, I guess that's the appropriate term, and then his executive vice president, Jim Harrington. Jim is where this all started with me. Started looking at this particular facility December of 2020. I think Jim and I had a conversation in June time frame of 2021, and here we are today. So, Jim, thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, with that, I've also want to introduce my service manager, Jim Blakely, one of my lead techs, Mike. Scott, thanks for being here with us today. And obviously, I have to. The lady who has shared all this, my beautiful wife, Kathy. All right. So, without further ado, let's go to work.
1, 2, 3. Watch your fingers. Give it a good chop. Hey!
Happy birthday, Simmons.
It is.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Tim. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Double nickel thanks.
We want to welcome you to the chamber.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining. We really appreciate your support of the community and our organization. And I can tell with the tenacity and the perseverance that it's taken to get this far, you're going to do great. So
Thank you very much.
congratulations on a great start.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Now check my oil.
Hey, I'm Lloyd Washington, owner of Tropical Island Coffee and Cafe.
Hi, I'm Angel Christian, the manager of Tropical Island Coffee and Cafe. Tropical Island is an exciting place to be. You have a little bit of the island right here in the middle of the Shenandoah Valley.
I've been in Winchester, Virginia since September of '07 and still going strong. Better every day. We have our regular visitors that just yearly, monthly on their way. They stop into Winchester and it's a great town. We have a lot of museums. We have nice sidewalks to walk around. And it's just a beautiful city for you to come and see. Jerk chicken, curry chicken, oxtails, curry goat, red beans and rice cooked with some good coconut milk. We have it all.
And while you come into our beautiful city, make sure that you stop and see us at the corner of Piccadilly and Braddock Street at 39 West Piccadilly Street, where you get a taste of the island.
Come and get jerk.
I'm Therese Collins.
And I'm Julie Dellinger. We are nurses and educators at Valley Health, here to demonstrate how to perform basic CPR on someone at home, at the store, in a restaurant, at a church, or wherever you might find somebody who needs your help. We will also show you how to use an AED, an automatic external defibrillator.
Each year in the United States, hundreds of thousands of people die or become permanently disabled from sudden cardiac arrest. With early intervention, with your help, the victim may survive and return to their normal function.
We're going to show you how to quickly assess the person, how to get help, and what steps to take in order to render aid. When someone needs your help outside of a hospital or clinic, you are performing as a Good Samaritan, and you're needed to act quickly.
The first thing we want you to do, if you are going to be practicing with us, is to put your firm pillow on the floor. You can use this to practice compressions on, or you can simply watch us and maybe practice later. This video is available for you to watch again, and so get your friends and family together to watch it with you tonight or tomorrow and talk about what to do when there is an emergency, because you may be the one needing help from your friends or family.
We're going to show you on our mannequins each step of the way. If you witness someone collapse, here's what to do.
Are you okay? Are you okay? You, call 911 and get me an AED.
Apply pads to patient's bare chest. Plug in pads connector next to flashing light. Apply pads. Plug in connector. Analyzing heart rhythm.
Stop CPR.
Do not touch the patient. Shock advised. Charging. Stay clear of patient.
You're clear.
Deliver shock now.
Shocking.
Press the
3,
orange
2,
button now. Shock delivered. Pause. Begin CPR.
Be sure it is safe for you to go near the person. There could be an animal, broken glass, liquids, or other people around. We do not want someone who is panicked make poor decisions when someone needs your help. Once you know it's safe, tap briskly on the person's shoulders to see if they respond. Look to see if they are breathing for about 10 seconds. Sometimes people collapse because of low blood sugar, an abrupt blood pressure change, or they simply fainted. If the person doesn't respond at all, point to someone close by, give them a specific instruction to call 911 or whatever is appropriate for where you are.
You, call 911 and tell them I think I need the AED.
You also want to ask someone to get an AED. Many stores, churches, malls, businesses, and airports have AEDs available. Get into the habit of looking around when you are out to see where the closest AED is located. If you are alone, you can call 911 on your cell phone and put it on speaker mode. Then lay it next to you. Tell the dispatcher there's an unresponsive person on the ground and they can help direct you to start CPR if needed. Once you have asked for help, kneel over the victim, clasp your hands one on top of the other like this, and start pushing on the center of the person's chest over their heart. You want to push hard and push fast, but not too fast. You may be nervous and a lot of adrenaline is being released, but compressing at a steady rate will help you do well. You will get tired, but do the best you can. Help is on the way. Continue to do compressions until more help arrives or someone brings the AED.
Friends, I'm here with the AED.
With the AED, the first thing you want to do is power it on. Then you want to follow the prompts according to that particular AED. Most will have you apply the pads to the patient's bare chest. Then you will plug it in. The machine will say that it is analyzing. It's important that you also declare that we're analyzing and everyone should stay clear of the patient.
CPR, stop.
Do not touch the patient.
It's clear.
Sometimes during an emergency, there's a lot of noise, and you're the one who can hear what the machine is doing and reinforce the step that needs to happen.
Shock advised.
Okay, everybody stay clear.
If there is a shock that should be delivered, tell everyone to stay clear of the patient while the machine charges. Make sure that everyone is clear as you do this.
Deliver shock now.
Shocking in
Press
3,
the orange button
2,
now.
1, shock.
Shock delivered.
It is important to then immediately resume CPR. Someone different than who was doing CPR while the AED was being applied, because that first person is likely to be too tired at this point.
I think my baby's choking. Can you please help me?
If someone comes to you and the baby appears to be choking, not moving air, flailing their arms, you need to act quickly but safely.
I don't know how to get him. Please help.
Okay, baby. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to support the baby's neck and support the whole baby down my thigh, and 5 quick, firm thrusts on the back of between the baby's shoulder blades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gently roll while supporting the head and neck, and then in the middle of the chest, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And again, rolling, keeping the baby's head down below the level of the body. So if you are successful, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that food or whatever is in the baby's throat will fall out while you have them face down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there, hopefully, the baby is doing better.
If you see an infant who doesn't appear to be moving, go over to the baby safely and tap on their feet. Go ahead and look to see if they're breathing for about 10 seconds. If they're not responding and they're not breathing, you need to call for help immediately. Then, expose the chest and you can start chest compressions like this. Put one thumb over the other and compress down on the center of the chest, right about at the bottom of the armpit level.
Continue compressions until more help arrives or you notice the baby starts moving.
My name is Jeremy Shen, and I have the privilege of being the marketing director at YHB CPAs Consultants. We are a public accounting and wealth management firm. YHB has been part of the Chamber for, I believe, at least over 60 years. One of the things that we love about the Chamber is just the opportunity to connect, providing opportunities for our staff to get out and meet new people. We use a lot for training for our younger staff to learn how to communicate. I love what they do for our businesses in the area, so not just ours, but other ones, for nonprofits that they work with. They just do a lot to give back, and so the least I can do is show up, bring people with me, and be a part of a good team member as part of the TVRC. Specifically, two events that come to mind when I think of that have really impacted me or helped me is one is the Greater Good Awards. A lot of businesses come together and honor people that are doing great things in the community. I believe I'm still young enough to be part of the Young Professionals group here, and when I was first came to Winchester and started at YHB, the Young Professionals group was a great place to connect, meet people my age, peers, and really are the next generation of leaders here in Winchester. My connections through Chamber membership have really become friendships that feel like business partners who all want each other to succeed and to do well, and to make why we call this place home. I'm Jeremy Shen, and that's why the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber is my chamber choice.
Being in Winchester, Virginia is just near and dear to our heart for a lot of different reasons. We've been here all of our lives. Our farm actually started back in 1755. Myself, my brother, and my sister are the 10th generation here in Winchester on our family farm. Really being in Winchester, we've learned and come to be around such a fantastic community. There's so much support, so much, just sense of friendship and family around us that we wouldn't want to be anywhere else. It's a beautiful location located just in the northern part of the Shenandoah Valley. There's really not much better you can come by. If you ever find yourself in Frederick County or Winchester, Virginia, stop on by and see us. We got 2 locations here. We have everything from produce to events, live music, great lunches, a little bit of everything. But stop by and check out some small local businesses. You won't be disappointed.
Schneider with the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, and we're here today at the corner of Cameron and Boscawen Street in downtown Winchester, Virginia, celebrating the opening of F&M Bank's newest location. With me today is Mike Wilkerson, some of his staff, board of directors, also Les Beach with Winchester City Council to kick off and celebrate the opening. So, Mike, tell us a little more about what you do here.
Well, we offer community banking at its best with modern technology. So it's, as I describe it, it's a classic Mustang with all the modern thrill. But what we do more than anything is we offer banking with extraordinary talent. The characteristics in their thing is banking for people as well.
I was noticing that inside you have quite a rich group of people with knowledge and experience.
This is the culmination of the first 18 months of F&M making a commitment to Winchester, both in locations and people, but also in the philanthropic work that we do in the community, both through deeds and dollars. You'll see some of that a little bit later today. But it's an extraordinary company, it's an extraordinary community in Winchester, it's just a perfect match.
I also noticed you're really helpful with some of our nonprofits who are supporting some of the needs in our community, and really appreciate that. We'll make sure we add the video, the poster of all the great nonprofits you all are working with and supporting. So let's celebrate, Mike. See if you can cut that ribbon on the good side. So on behalf of the Top Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome you to the chamber for the mortgage loan officers, and thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much.
Mike, I'd like to welcome F&M Bank in Winchester. This bank's been around since 1908. Strong financial bank, billions in assets in New York. But it's got the small town feel, small town service, and smile. So welcome.
Thank you very much. We're glad to be here.
I'm Holly Redding.
And I'm Bonnie Landy, and we are the co-owners of Winchester Brew Works.
Well, we met in Harrisonburg, Virginia, which is only about an hour away, and we really loved home brewing and cooking together and baking together and that kind of thing.
Being in a small town like Winchester, you get to know a lot of your regular customers really well, and we're able to meet a lot of people in the community.
We are such a small brewery that we are able to play around with flavors a lot. We only brew about 100 gallons at a time, which gives us a lot more flexibility than some of the larger breweries around. We have a really large tasting room, so we're able to offer events that smaller venues can't offer.
Yeah, the downtown area is a wonderful place to visit in Winchester. Really the whole city of Winchester and the local area.
So come down and see us when you're in Winchester. We're at 320 North Cameron Street. We love to share a pint or a flight with you.
We're open 7 days a week, so come see us.
Powell's Plumbing is your best choice for quality and professionalism. We have a truck in your neighborhood. At Powell's Plumbing, we can handle any plumbing or septic job, big or small, from well pumps to sewer and drain cleaning, as well as leaking faucets and water heaters. Go to powellsplumbing.com for more info and special savings. So, leaky faucets, toilets won't flush or overflowing, kitchen sink backed up. Call Powell's Plumbing. We've got 30 years of serving the community with quality and professionalism you can count on.
Okay, so after high school and college, I helped a few contractors in the area doing some painting and remodeling work, and then I ended up getting a job over in Upperville. I worked for Mr. and Mrs. Paul Mellon for about 14 years, and it was just a great job. It was a great opportunity. And then Mr. Mellon had passed away in 1999. So at that point, I was figuring out what I was going to do. I then formed my own company, my own small home business, repair company, home improvement company. I did that for about a year, and then my sister-in-law, my wife's sister, who was an officer with the department, she encouraged me to come and apply. And at the time, I was thinking, a police officer? I don't know if I can be a police officer or not, but I'll give it a shot. So came in, took the test, went through the process, and I joined the department in December of 2001. Worked the evening shift for a number of years, and then got promoted to a sergeant. Was then transferred to day shift for 5 or 6 years or so. Then went through another promotion process. Got promoted to a lieutenant, was back on second shift for a while. Also did a little bit of time in CID, which was interesting. It was about a year back there doing some stuff and really enjoyed that part of it. Then about 3 or so years ago, I was offered the opportunity to actually come down to this area, the Old Town area, and oversee the mall, help with the businesses down here, do a lot of community policing. That intrigued me a lot because I grew up in this area. I was born in Winchester, probably one of the few officers that was actually born and raised in the area. So I knew most of the people here in the city, and down here, I knew and still know a lot of the business owners. So I knew I would have a pretty good connection with everybody. And I enjoy being out and talking to everybody and trying to help everybody with whatever they have going on. From the simplest things to maybe the most difficult things, I'm pretty flexible, and I enjoy that part of it. Of all the areas and the things that I've, been able to experience, probably the one thing that I really, really enjoyed the most was being one of the first and the founding members of the Honor Guard, which was developed, I think, back in 2014 by Major Kelly Rice. And when I was approached and asked to be a part of it, I really felt honored, and I still do. It's one of the more important parts of the department. It's always critical, and it's very, very important to give back the honor and the respect to the people who've wore the uniform and, who have paid the ultimate price, laying down their life for the city and for the department. So that part of it is probably the one thing that I'll always hold as probably the highest thing that I did while I was a part of the police department. So behind the blue, I'm an avid runner. I was running pretty regularly with the Shenandoah Valley Runners, have been a member of the Runners Club, and me and my wife, Tina, we do a lot of running and walking during our off time. We're pretty active. And I'm also an avid concert goer. I love going to any type of a heavy metal rock concert. I love the energy. It's the best feeling, for me personally, is that feeling. It's hard to describe, and people that like to go to concerts know what I'm talking about. When you're right there at the moment and the band that you've been following or that you like is getting ready to come on stage and the lights go down, it's just the rush that you get. And I also love the energy that's out there. It's hard to describe. It's addictive. I grew up going to concerts, standing in line for hours, trying to get tickets to concerts. So it's something that I've always loved to do.
My name is Loretta Brede, and I'm the owner of Brede Vineyards. We ended up in Frederick County 26 years ago. My husband had worked for United Airlines, and we bought a farm. We looked around to a lot of different communities, and the only one that really spoke to us was Winchester. Our vineyard's unique in that we can take you on a tour and show you a beneficial habitat, and we educate you a little bit on the vines and the relationship between the soil and the vines. We're not far from downtown Winchester, so our vineyard is 10 minutes, and we would love to see you and stop by and taste some award-winning wines. We love being here in the Winchester-Frederick County area. It's got the beautiful downtown mall. We have just watched it develop. The restaurants are fabulous. The breweries are fabulous. We've got so much history in the fact that Civil War, it changed hands so many times here. It's just got so many wonderful things to see.
Situated in the northern Shenandoah Valley, the top of Virginia is a picturesque region with a historic past and strong future to offer those who call the region home. There are a variety of housing options and peace of mind thanks to an award-winning hospital serving the community. Area employers include a mix of public sector agencies, internationally known companies, and locally owned businesses. Choose from 3 area school districts and a number of fine private schools. Shenandoah University and Laurel Ridge Community College are close to home, or attend one of the several colleges and universities nearby. From the quaint shops of Old Town Winchester to the Cedar Creek and Bell Grove National Historic Park and the many paths and trails that wind through the area, there's much to explore. A fulfilling life awaits you at the top of Virginia.
Must have spent 45,000 up in Tiffany's. Oh no. Got a badass kids running around my whole crib like it's Chuck E. Cheese. Whoa, whoa. Put me in a jam with the Rex band in the UFC. Can't believe it. I'm in disbelief. This chick got me paying her rent, paying for trips, diamonds on her neck, diamonds on her wrist, and here I am all alone. I'm so cold, she got me out here, looking out the window, smoking out the window, thinking how could she do this to me? How could she do this to me? I thought that girl belonged to only me, but I was wrong, she belongs to the other night, she was gripping on me tight, screaming Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. Got me in a club looking for a new love, won't you help me please? So baby, why you doing this? Why why you doing this to me, girl? Not to be dramatic, but I wanna die. This chick got me paying rent, paying for trips, diamonds on her neck, diamonds on her wrist, and here I am all alone. I'm so cold, you got me out here smoking out the window. The benzo. Singing, how could she do this to me? How could she do this to me? I thought that girl belonged to only me. But I was wrong, 'cause she belongs to everybody, everybody. Girl, it breaks my heart that you ain't right here with me. But now I gotta give you back, to the city. I'm smoking out the window, singing, how could she do this to me? How could she do this to me? I thought that girl belonged to only me. But I was wrong, 'cause she belongs to everybody, everybody.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Is that better? Okay. If you can't hear, just ask you guys to fill in the front here. I'm John Piper, Chief of Police for the City of Winchester, and I want to thank everybody for being here today for this very special event. Before we get started, I would like to take a few moments to acknowledge some VIPs that we have in attendance today. Tara Edwards and her stepfather, Stacy Barr. Hunter's mother, Ann Barry Wade, AB. And there's several other family members and friends here to support those loved ones here today as well. Our mayor, John David Smith. Our city manager, Dan Hoffman. And our Commonwealth's attorney, Heather Hovermail. Heather's here somewhere. Again, thank you for everybody for joining us for this very important event. It's been a long time that's built up to what's happening here today, and I'm very excited about it. I first want to introduce our police chaplain and pastor, Brandon Thomas, for an invocation to start today's ceremony.
Let's pray. Father, we come to you today asking for continued healing as we walk through the loss of police officer Edwards. Father, the loss of the life of one of the Winchester Police Department officers has been very painful and devastating to endure. It has brought pain to our community for such a long time. I ask, God, that you come and dwell in our midst today. Let your holy word be a healing balm that soothes our wounds and allows us to heal from the loss of the police officer. Help us to learn from his selfless example of dedication and devotion to protecting us. Let our memories of him not be ones of sadness for their loss, but of celebration of a life lived in the service of others. It's in the name of Jesus I pray. Amen.
I also see our fire chief and Sheriff Milholland here and their staff. So I want to thank you all as well for joining us here today for this important event. I'd next like to introduce our city manager, Dan Hoffman, for some remarks.
Thank you all for being here today. Although I never had the privilege to meet Officer Edwards, anytime you lose a member of your family, it's an incredibly hard thing to process. And in this particular line of work, Officer Edwards' chosen line of work, oftentimes the people you work with are like family. The amount of time you spend with them, the dangers you face with them, and the celebrations that you occasionally get to have together create bonds that are like those of family. And I can tell, based on the commitment and the love that I see across this agency and across this city, that this particular officer was loved, and he was cared for deeply by his coworkers and by his extended family around the city. So it is a humbling honor today just to say thank you. Thank you to the family. Thank you to all of our family members here today as we take a few moments to reflect on someone who gave everything for our safety.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. It's next my honor to introduce our mayor, John David Smith, for some remarks.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, everyone. This is a time where we recognize one of our own, and it's unfortunate that we have to recognize the great service of our officers when they lost their lives. We should always recognize the service of our officers on a daily basis. Those who serve us and protect our community are of great importance to this city. I want to thank the family for coming out, and this is the least that we can do to show our appreciation for your son and for your husband. This will be a constant reminder to everyone in the city of the efforts of Officer Edwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. I now want to introduce Ann Barry, A.B. Wade, Hunter's mother, a woman who I tragically got to know under very tragic circumstances, but I've been blown away by her grace and her strength, and she's just a fantastic woman. It's my honor to get to know you.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to hand this off to you to say a couple words. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm not even sure I really need this microphone. I've always been told I have a big, loud voice. But, so I will start off by saying thank you to Chief Piper as well, to the mayor, to the city council, to the city manager. This has been a long time coming. And I'm so glad that our vision, y'all's vision, is coming to fruition now. So this memorial is actually perfect in a lot of ways. It's subtle. It's not big and grandiose, yet it's strong, which is symbolic of what police officers need to be. And the real symbolism for me happened when I drove around the traffic circle, saw the signs, and I realized it symbolizes a circle of friends, Hunter's friends. I think I get more upset thinking about how difficult it is for his friends and law enforcement officers to continue to go to work every day knowing the dangers that they're faced with. So the circle to me is really representative of a circle of friends. Hunter rarely talked about arrests that he made at work or bad situations that he encountered. But what he did talk about was the friends. And that, again, continues to symbolize this memorial. Years ago, I was in law enforcement for a short while. So in general, life is a journey. But when you choose a career in law enforcement, that journey is like no other. So I'll wrap this up by saying there's a famous children's book author who said, "Sometimes you'll never know the value of a moment until it becomes a memory." So thank you so much for honoring Hunter's memory with this memorial. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks.
So for me, it's hard to believe that it's been over 3 years since that tragic night that we lost Officer Hunter Edwards. And I know that those of us who worked with Hunter recall vividly the moment that we heard about the crash, whether or not we were working that night with him or responded to the hospital shortly thereafter. And then we all got the horrible news that Hunter had passed and left us. But what I also remember in the days and the weeks following Hunter's death is how this community, our elected officials, our city staff, and our fellow law enforcement and public safety professionals came together around the men and women of the Winchester Police Department and took care of us. Not only in the immediate aftermath of Hunter's death and the funeral, but by dropping off flowers, meals, notes of condolences, and showing support in the months and now years to come. During Hunter's funeral, we promised his family and each other that we would never forget his legacy. And I know that the men and women of the Winchester Police Department have lived up to that sacred promise by living our lives and policing this community with professionalism and honor in a way that would make Hunter proud of us. Today is also an important event because it demonstrates our standing commitment to never forgetting the memory of Officer Hunter A. Edwards. I want to thank our mayor, members of City Council, and our city manager for supporting this proposal and bringing this project to life that you see today. A lasting memorial and dedication to Hunter that will forever serve as a reminder of the police officer, husband, father, son, grandson, and friend that Hunter was to so many. I would like to specifically acknowledge and thank Andy Dunn and David Parker from city staff and their staffs for the outstanding work in developing this project with us and putting it together. Are you guys here? Right here? If we can get a round of applause for them. Thank you guys. Truly incredible, beautiful project. You know, each time one of our police officers now and for generations to come passes through this traffic circle and by this beautiful memorial next to us, it's my hope that they'll do so with pride, knowing that Hunter's life and his ultimate sacrifice will be a permanent part of this department and of the city. I'm now going to ask Hunter's family to come up here and help me officially unveil the memorial plaque. And after that, I'm going to ask Pastor Thomas to come back and give a closing benediction, followed by a musical presentation by our bagpipers. Yeah, in the back. There we go. All right. All right. So with that, I'll ask Pastor to come back up here, please.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, may this stand as a reminder to the life and the legacy of Hunter Edwards. I pray that you use this place to demonstrate to all that Winchester is filled with selfless servants who serve their fellow citizens with a willingness to sacrifice both life and limb. May we be reminded that we can sleep with a comfort in knowing that we are God watched over by men and women of the emergency services who are willing to do whatever is necessary to see that we are provided for, cared for, and served. We pray you continue to bless Hunter's family. Walk with them daily as they seek healing. And then, Father, would you continue to be with our men and women who serve daily our beautiful community. Thank you for being a God who watches over us and provides men and women to care for us. It's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you once again, everybody, for joining us for this important event. It means a lot that we have such a great showing today, and I know the family appreciates everyone's attendance as well. Thank you.
Nestled in the Shenandoah among the red oaks, birches, and poplars are the resilient mountain laurels.
When the laurels bloom every year in June, they're much like our graduates, ready to shine and embark on the next step in their journey.
And we are ready to take the next step in ours.
We are Laurel Ridge Community College.
It is our mission to provide a positive, safe, dynamic learning environment where all who walk through our doors feel included.
From academic pathways to workforce certifications, our goal is to invite and inspire every student who has a plan to achieve.
Our faculty, staff, and instructors are leaders in the field, helping to innovate new ways of teaching and learning. And our students and friends are gaining new knowledge, making an impact on those around them.
For over 50 years, we've been changing lives in our community.
And as Laurel Ridge Community College, we look forward to providing those same life-changing experiences. You belong here. Grow with us.
In our community, the value of community organizations improve our quality of life by the interests and spirit those organizations uphold. Community organizations provide opportunities for friends and neighbors to give back, get involved, and come together while creating a sense of pride for the city they all share. Contact a community organization today and discover the contribution you can make through your participation and support.
Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to another wonderful ribbon cutting. We're in downtown Maryville, Virginia, here at 7 North Church Street, welcoming one of our newest members, Integrity Tax and Bookkeeping. And to tell you all about them is Regina Hubble.
I'm Regina Hubble. This is my business partner, Debbie Soylent. We're Integrity Tax and Bookkeeping, and as the name suggests, we do tax preparation for individuals and small businesses, and also provide businesses. We're downtown, right in the heart of Maryville. on top of Spawn Sellers Flower Shop. Around the corner on Orchard Street is our entrance. So we can work with everyone locally, or if you prefer, we can also work with you virtually. And we're really happy to be part of Garyville and the top of Virginia.
Right, to celebrate it at the top of the Regional Chamber. Everybody, take the way. Big one, big, big, big. Big, big, big.
There we go.
Picture with this plaque to hang on your wall, commemorating your membership with us, and thank you for joining in the fun, celebrating business at the top of Virginia.
Thank you.
Woo.
I'm Dan Alexander. I'm a clinical cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
I'm Tricia Nashid, also a cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
And we're here to share some of the recipes that we make for our own family that we feel are heart healthy and may give you some ideas to cook your own heart healthy meals at home. This is a grain called farro. It's a lot like rice. It's a whole wheat product. It comes from a very specific type of wheat plant, mostly in Europe. The advantage of this type of grain is that it's a whole grain. And the advantage of whole grains is that it continues to have the germ and the bran. And what does that do? Well, it slows down absorption in the gut. And so these types of grains have less impact on your blood sugars. And so we like to use these in cooking, and we like to interchange these with other grains that can increase your blood sugars very quickly, like the typical arborio rice that you use for risotto. So we're gonna make a risotto out of this grain. So we'll start with about a cup of this, but first of all, we're gonna start like any risotto starts. We're gonna start with a little bit of olive oil. Remember, it's a heart-healthy oil. We're gonna get that started on our pan here. So we got about 2 tablespoons of olive oil there. We're gonna swirl that around in our pan, let that get heated up. Shallots are like onions. If you don't have shallots, you could use plain white onions. We're gonna get that started in our pan. And we're gonna have to kick this up a little bit. So we're gonna get that going in our pan. Shake that around a little bit. We're gonna soften up those vegetables. There are 2 options here for this recipe. You can start with cooked farro, which has already been boiled. You don't have to do that, but it's gotten softened up. In our case, we're gonna use dried farro, which is very inexpensive, can be found in most grocery stores in your specialty section, and it looks like this. So we're just gonna throw that in, and we're gonna brown it for a little bit. And that's gonna brown up nicely. It's gonna give a little toasted flavor to the farro, which I think adds a little bit more to this dish. Get the rest of that olive oil on there. All right. Now once that's toasted, we're gonna add stock. We're gonna add warm stock to this, and then we'll start the cooking process. So we're gonna start with 2 cups of vegetable stock. You can buy this at the grocery store. They come in Tetra Packs. They're ready to go, or you can make your own vegetable stock if you're so inclined. So we're going to pour that right in here. All right, we're going to let that go for a little bit. We're going to bring this up to a simmer. And just like any risotto, we're going to cook this just like any other risotto. It's going to absorb the liquid. It's going to become soft, but it's going to take some time. So we'll be back when this is closer to be ready. And we see that it's sort of softened up. The grains have softened up. It's absorbed most of this liquid, and you have a little bit of a broth in there. You can cook that down a little bit more, but I think this is pretty good. Just watching it sort of cook down is to put a little bit of butter and Parmigiano Reggiano. We're going to do this off the heat, so we're going to turn our burner off. We're going to put in about a tablespoon of butter. So that's about a tablespoon of butter. Off the heat, we're just going to mix that in, let it melt into there, just like any other risotto would be. That's pretty much melted. The next step is to put a little bit of Parmigiano Reggiano. This is from just shredded Parmesan cheese. We're just going to put a little bit in there, just like any traditional risotto. We're going to mix that through. So it makes sort of almost like a little soup. The grain has enough starch to give it a little sauce. Melts the cheese. And there you have it. We finish with a little bit of salt and pepper to taste. And that is a healthy grain to have with hopefully roast chicken and a butternut squash soup, as well as our soup that we had from Dr. Nashon. Okay.
One of the things we added was citrus to a lot of the portions of the meal. Citrus is a great way to add flavor without adding salt or sugar. This is a good example of a appropriately portioned plate. There is protein, usually about the size of a deck of cards. There is a whole grain, which should keep about the size of your fist or smaller. There is a side of soup. The soup has a lot of beta-carotenes, vitamins. The more color there is to your vegetables, the more nutrients there are. There is another side soup here. Oftentimes you can do a sauteed green or another vegetable. It's a good idea to put 2 vegetables on your plate with each meal. You can do green salads. This one features a lot of bok choy, so although there's some protein in the soup, it also features a fair amount of vegetable.
The other element that we like to introduce in food is sort of non-tasting, so it's color. So you see the color in this soup, the color of the green sauce. That all adds to making food taste better, actually. And that's why we add little small bits of green, or that's also part of the meal itself, but adds that bit of color and makes the meal seem more exciting.
My name is Josh Lewis. I'm the owner of Element Sports. We're located here at 2009 South Loudon Street. I moved into Winchester in 2005. I took a job here at Element Sports in 2006 and worked full-time here for a while. And then but in 2014, I came back here part-time, and then the owner was looking to retire, so I ended up buying his inventory and the name and starting my own shop. Well, I love the Winchester area here because there's so much to do outdoors. Stevens City has the park there. In Jim Barnett Park, you have the BMX track, and in the county, there's a lot of great road riding out here. I mean, so many backcountry roads that are just very picturesque. Vance's Cove is great for mountain biking and hiking. We love getting out and having adventures here. Come in and ask me. I can get you maps. I can give you routes. Yeah, we have all the elements for your next great adventure.
You know the name, Sullenberger's Hardware, but did you know they have sporting goods, guns, ammo, archery, hunting blinds, everything for the outdoorsman? Come get some.
Here you are my insurance agents there. There are insurance agents at the chamber. I remember vividly when Gary made the brave move to go out on his own 20 years ago and everybody going, oh, is he crazy? Oh my goodness. And here you are. Look at what you've built. What an incredible celebration today is for you. 20 years at TWG. Gary, cut the ribbon.
Thrilled that everybody's here, and thank you so much. We've just had so much support from the community and the chamber, and Cindy and her group, and especially our customers and all of our great employees. We're just extremely excited and looking forward to the future. So thank you very much. This is fantastic.
Thank you for your service to our community. You just, all of you represent such integrity, quiet strength of a leader that is so respectable. Thank you for leading for us.
Thank you very much.
All right, and Les Weeks from the Winchester City Council here to also share a little bit about...
Well, just on behalf of the city, I've known these two partners since they started. I was fortunately be the neighbor to one of them. I'm in insurance. I've been trying to keep up with them ever since, and it's a great goal. I mean, you look at their team here; they do a fantastic job. You can read their website, trust, and everything else they live by. It's phenomenal. It just shows what a brave step can do, and good partners and good leadership. Congratulations.
I am Christine Patrick. I own the Winchester Book Gallery in Old Town Winchester. Winchester Book Gallery was started by a couple of people in 1972 just on Boscawen Street, which is right outside our back door. It was started as a general interest bookstore. It still is a general interest bookstore. And since that time, it's been owned by 7 sets of people, and we have owned it the longest for 11 years. I had been running other people's businesses, and this was a great way to sort of celebrate what Winchester was and own my own business. Winchester has all kinds of people who come here and live here and work here, and so the bookstore offers a great collection of history books and children's books, fiction for every type of reader. What I like is that it has that small town feeling, but it's actually a sampling of all kinds of people, so the bookstore lets me witness that, right? From new readers and little kids to librarians and teachers, but also to historians, people discovering the long history of people who have lived here and traveled through here. We have such a broad variety of things in Old Town itself that somehow at the bookstore we can reflect all of those things.
I'm Cynthia Schneider, the CEO at the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, and we welcome you to our community. Looking at your long history, we welcome you to this area, particularly Winchester. We know that you are going to be great community partners. We see that as one of your missions and your purpose. We've also noticed how you engaged with us right from the onset. So we want to thank you. We want to celebrate with you today as you open your offices here at 112 North Loudon on the Old Town Mall. So, Colin, I believe you're the man on the go here, so you'll tell us a little bit more about the history of your company and what you're going to do here in Winchester.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction today, and thank you for welcoming us today. I was just talking about how amazing this community has been to welcome us in with wide arms to Winchester. We felt that from day one, coming in and an experience along the way. For Warple, this is year number 111. But also we're starting year number 1 in Winchester, so we've got a long way to go to catch up to that. We're excited to do that with the community. For us, we're excited to bring our Clients for Life mission here, and that's a responsibility that we own to be good stewards and partners in the community. The way that we do business through our core values of honesty, integrity, accountability, teamwork, and initiative. And we feel that marries up very well for the community. And so I'm excited the whole Warple team here today. There's a lot of hard work that's went into this moment to get here today. And so I'm so thankful for that. And I have Mrs. Jeannie Shiley from Shenandoah Valley, Westminster, Canterbury, who actually helped us get here. It wasn't necessarily on our path to start, but Shenandoah Valley decided they were going to take a gamble on this northern Warfel construction, and you know what? We fell in love with the area, and we're so thankful for that gamble Gina took on us, and we're excited to be here, plant roots, and be here for a while. And so thank you for the welcoming along the way, and we're excited for it.
One of the things I noticed as I was reading a little bit about your company is that you all have a focus on being relational. And that's one of the things that sets our community apart. So you're in the right place. Some of our neighboring communities, a little bit over the mountain, we hear they're a little more transactional, but we're really relational here. We know that's what it takes to be a good business, and so we welcome you. So I think we're going to cut a ribbon here. So who's going to help with that? We're going to have the next generation up here. Hope that's ready. All right. Get all the ribbon for us. You guys over here. See, your parents are really thinking ahead because someday you all are going to have a place to live. Way down the road. You guys all know this,
Do a couple introductions with the families up here. So we have the whole Davis clan over here. So Steve Davis, who is going to be overseeing our Virginia operations down here, and his 4 kids. And we have the Cotter kids, the Peter kids here, and then 2 hungry school boys on the end. So that's the breakdown we have. And then John Gustavus, who's going to be overseeing our pre-construction efforts down here as well. So say for John.
All right, Warfel Construction, up the ribbon! Welcome you to the membership of the Chamber. We are over 750 members strong, and we are the business organization in the Common Virginia. Welcome.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's terrific. Thank you.
So again, I want to thank everyone for coming out. We've heard these last thing everyone here. We want to invite everyone next to it really something. With some more beers, refreshments. So feel free to go stop by, stay as long as you want. Have some colors different with you all. Thank you.
Powell's Plumbing is your best choice for quality and professionalism. We have a truck in your neighborhood. At Powell's Plumbing, we can handle any plumbing or septic job, big or small, from well pumps to sewer and drain cleaning, as well as leaking faucets and water heaters. Go to powellsplumbing.com for more info and special savings. So, leaky faucets, toilets won't flush or overflowing, kitchen sink backed up. Call Powell's Plumbing. We've got 30 years of serving the community with quality and professionalism you can count on.
Winchester's a little secret. More and more people are finding out about it now. It's a delightful place to live. And now with Westminster Canterbury, they're coming for that.
Westminster Canterbury opened in 1987. We want residents to enjoy their life. We want to give them the highest quality of life possible. We want them to have fun, to enjoy, to share their life experiences, and really just enjoy and contribute back to the community in all the ways that they do.
The thing for us was we wanted to be able to move to a retirement community where we could enjoy all the amenities, enjoy everything, and really feel a part of the community.
This place offers so much to the residents. Really, there's just not anything that anyone would want or need that isn't right here at your fingertips.
It is such a lovely place. You meet people, you instant friends.
Everybody has a story. You'll be amazed at the kind of people that you meet here. It's wonderful. It really is.
We considered several other locations, and this took the prize.
We're just delighted that we made the move when we did, and it's worked out well.
I think Westminster has become a family, and you see it every day. And that's what's nice.
Well, welcome everyone to this ribbon cutting. Woo! Get a big shout out. Woo! Oh, I am Cynthia Schneider, and I'm the CEO at the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber of Commerce. And I am thrilled to be here with Vicki again with an expansion of this wonderful endeavor of I Can Too. And if anyone can, it is Vicki and her team. They get things done. I understand the depth of this story that's brought this wonderful store to this place. It is a miracle that I have been privileged to watch unfold over the last year. With Julie Taylor, former owner of Messiah Bookstore, a long-standing business here in the Top of Virginia community, coming together with Vicki to help get this bookstore back open here down in Stevens City to serve our community. One of the few bookstores really still open, small bookstores. So we're just thrilled to have it. And then the work that it's going to do, the training that's going to go on here. I'll let Vicki tell you about that. But we want to kick off with a word of prayer. So I'll let you give a start there.
Let's pray.
Okay.
Heavenly Father, thank you for this amazing time that we can gather together and celebrate what you have done so far and what you're about to do in a new way. God, thank you for you are a God that values life and people, and you generously give out gifts to everyone. And I thank you for the talents of these young men and women that have brought together with the bookstore, Lord, that you're going to display your glory to people in a way that's going to be astounding. And so we come today and we not only dedicate this store and these displays, we also just pray that your glory would encourage people as they come into this store and they discover things built by human hands, Lord, and gifts that you've given. So we thank you for this moment that we've gathered together. We celebrate it, and we thank you for your blessing upon it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. And now to tell you a little bit more about I Can Too, Vicki Robertson, who is the visionary behind it all, the hardest working woman I know. Go ahead, Vicki.
Well, I just want to thank all of you for coming out today and for the support of all of our family and friends and the community and the mayor and the police. Thank you all so much for supporting us and for Stevens City being an amazing town. And I want to tell you all, these guys have worked so hard, and I Can Too, developing products that when we started out with this little store, we couldn't keep it stocked because we would sell everything as fast as we would make it. So we thought we were going to have to close this location. And then, thankfully, people were praying all along the way, and God just kind of intervened. And he brought two people together, one that was having failing eyesight with people with disabilities that wanted to be her eyes, that could come in here and help her, that could work the register. And they loved stocking the store and getting things ready and learning the cash register. So these guys will all be working here along with Julie, and we're going to serve this community, and this light that we pray will shine from this place. We're going to have community reading days where we invite people in to read with us. And I feel like it's just going to be an amazing experience for everybody. So today, we're going to have a special thing. I am going to ask the hard-working participants to help in this ribbon cutting. Okay. So I need Emily. Come on up here, honey.
Come on, Emily.
You and Hannah hold this side.
Stand right there, Emily. Real tight, okay? Hold it tight. Anna, you going to stay here, Anna? Okay. Okay. Anna, you coming? Where's Philip? I know Philip wants to help. Philip, where are you? Philip, where are you? Come on, Philip, get your hand on there. Pull up. Right there. No, don't get it where the scissors are. Right there. There you go. Hold tight. You guys gotta hold really tight. Rusty right here. He's a hard worker. He's a good woodworker. He's a cook. He's just about everything you can possibly think of. Okay. Cut our ribbons. All right, Rusty. All right. Ready? Big. Really big. All right. We'll take those out of your hands.
Thank you all so much for coming. Come in and feel free to shop. We have refreshments also.
And real quickly, on behalf of the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome the I Can Too bookstore to the Chamber. There you go. Thank you. All right. Come in and shop.
Yes, come in and shop.
Hi, I'm Eddie Richard. Our business is Richard's Fruit Market. We're family owned and operated since 1878. My mom and dad actually started our farm market back in 1953, the year that they got married. So we have been at the same address for 67 years, basically under the same roof, but still on our same property. Apples, peaches, vegetables. We raise beef cattle, so we have our own steaks, roast, in a freezer for sale, fresh from the farm. Winchester has wonderful restaurants, wonderful places to go eat, bed and breakfasts, Airbnbs, campsites, festivals, wineries, breweries, lots of family activities. Come on by and see us sometime.
Well, welcome everyone. We are at 760 Warrior Drive, one of our newest members and newest businesses in the Stevens City area. Newtown Mail and Print. And Mark and Joy are the new owners. Brave souls have started a wonderful new business, but a great service here. I'll let them tell you all about it.
So it's Newtown Print and Mail, and we're here at 760 Warrior Drive, Suite 2. We provide all types of shipping services. We have all your packing materials. We can do postal service, FedEx. We're working on UPS. We can provide you with mailbox rentals so that you can have a street address and have your packages delivered here. We do wonderful print services, from small photos to big banners, yard signs, wall crawlers, anything you can think of. And we have lots of office supplies and retail. Come by and visit us and see what we can do for you.
To all you South Frederick County folks, this is going to save you a lot of gas, shorter drive, great customer service.
Local people, local ownership.
That's right. Local people, local ownership. Mark, kick us off with a great ribbon cutting. Here we go. Woo! There we go. And on behalf of the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome you to our membership and our business community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to First Bank, where there's power in one. One bank that's big enough to deliver technology, yet small enough to remember it's still a people business. I hope you'll come to First Bank to find out for yourself.
Founded in Strasburg, Virginia in 1907, we remain committed to those who have helped shape our organization, from our employees, customers, shareholders, and communities.
First Bank staff is highly focused on the customer experience. They're always ready to lend a hand, offer advice, and do whatever it takes with a smile and a gracious attitude.
At First Bank, we value your relationship and provide all of the services, technology, and convenient options you'd expect, delivered by people who truly care. Your deposits are handled with care and reinvested into the communities where you live and work. At First Bank, we believe one person can make a difference, and one bank can have an impact on its community. First Bank. There's power in one.
Well, welcome everyone. I'm Cynthia Schneider with the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, and we're here to celebrate at 1104 Amherst Street, Suite 200, the growth and expansion of ARE Age Response effort here in Winchester, Virginia. Katie Vance, Executive Director, is going to tell a little bit about why they're expanding.
Yes, thank you all so much for coming. So we have been so fortunate, thanks to our partners and our community, to be able to expand our testing services and our case management services. We now have 16 staff members and give over 500 tests each year for STI testing, HIV testing, and hepatitis C testing. And we serve over 100 folks living with HIV in our community. And we also provide housing for almost about 100 folks in our community each year. And so we were able to expand to this new location to be able to provide more private and trauma-informed testing spaces for folks. And we're so excited about our new location. So thank you all for coming today.
And so the corporate offices are still down on Piccadilly, but if you need health services, housing services, you're going to come here to Amherst, right on the bus route. So we're going to celebrate this great expansion by cutting the ribbon. Yes. Maybe cut the ribbon. With us today, Mayor of the City of Winchester, David Smith.
Thank you, Cynthia. Penny, I want to say congratulations on your expansion, and I know that you guys have been cramped on Piccadilly Street for such a long time, but this expansion just shows all the good work that you're doing in the community, and people are behind you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then to commemorate this great day, little token of appreciation for your membership and to recognize your growth here in the area. Thanks for your service. Thank you. Yay!
I'm Dan Alexander. I'm a clinical cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
I'm Tricia Nashid, also a cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
And we're here to share some of the recipes that we make for our own family that we feel are heart healthy and may give you some ideas to cook your own heart healthy meals at home.
I am going to make a heart-healthy chicken and bok choy soup. So this one is a very low carbohydrate for diabetics and has healthy ingredients like chicken breast and bok choy, which is a form of Asian celery. We're going to start here by adding 4 cups of chicken stock, low sodium, to a stock pot. I'm going to follow that up with about 2 cups of water. And give that a stir. To that, I'm going to add about a pound of chopped chicken breast. I went ahead and chopped it to about a 1-inch dice, or whatever size would seem good for you in a soup, and we just add that right in. Give it a stir. Next, I'm going to add some Asian types of spices, some garlic, ginger, celery. This is about 2 stalks of celery. This looks like a little bit more than 2 scallions, so we'll just add about half of that in there. Give it a stir. Add 2 or 3 cloves of chopped garlic, 1.5-inch piece of ginger, which will be about 1 tablespoon, and go ahead and add that in. Don't like spicy food, you can omit the jalapeno. I think adding a little bit gives it good flavor. You can add anywhere from 1 to 3 teaspoons, whatever you would want. I'll put in 1 teaspoon here. Next, I'm going to put in about a 1/4 cup of fish sauce. We'll just bring that to a boil until the chicken is cooked through. Once the chicken is cooked, we'll add the bok choy in. So our soup has been cooking for about 10 to 15 minutes. We just want to make sure that that chicken is cooked all the way through, no more pink on the chicken. And so I'm going to reach across here. This is our bok choy. It has a lot of greens in it, really healthy. We're just going to add those into the soup. Cook them for just a minute or two until they're wilted. All right, that looks pretty well cooked down. So we're just going to take a ladle and go ahead and serve it in a bowl. It smells delicious. I think it's the fish sauce combined with the chicken broth that really brings out that umami type flavor in the dish. One of the things we added was citrus to a lot of the portions of the meal. Citrus is a great way to add flavor without adding salt or sugar. This is a good example of a appropriately portioned plate. There is protein, usually about the size of a deck of cards. There is a whole grain, which should keep about the size of your fist or smaller. There is a side of soup. The soup has a lot of beta-carotenes, vitamins. The more color there is to your vegetables, the more nutrients there are. There is another side soup here. Oftentimes you can do a sauteed green or another vegetable. It's a good idea to put 2 vegetables on your plate with each meal. You can do green salads. This one features a lot of bok choy, so although there's some protein in the soup, it also features a fair amount of vegetable.
The other element that we like to introduce in food is sort of non-tasting, so it's color. So you see the color in this soup, the color of the green sauce. That all adds to making food taste better, actually. And that's why we add little small bits of green, or that's also part of the meal itself, but adds that bit of color and makes the meal seem more exciting.
My name is Chonati Luciano. I'm the owner of the Thai Winchester restaurant in the Old Town. I came here 2005. I was an international student pursuing my human resources master. And then after I graduate, I moved into Winchester, and I got a chance to help my aunt in her restaurant. Seeing our customer enjoy our Thai food and got a chance to tell them how beautiful Thailand is made me happy. Most importantly, it makes customer happy. Since then, I realized that I like to make people happy. I think that was the beginning of me working at the restaurant business. Winchester is a very nice area, especially Ota, I would say. It's not too big, it's not too small, it's just perfect. It is safe, full of the sweet people and lovely families. There is a lot of history, landmarks, and beautiful buildings. It's a place that you and your family can enjoy the shops and the restaurant.
Yeah.
That's why you're here.
That's
We're here.
Okay. Well, thank you everybody for coming.
So we got a couple things for you here.
Hopefully
we're gonna recognize you.
Yeah, so if I'm Sergeant 9, guys. On the 31st of January, we actually received a phone call from Sam to our emergency communications center involving a pretty tragic wreck that happened on Pleasant Valley, right outside the Foot and Ankle Center. And we just wanted to thank you for making that phone call and doing what you did that day to ensure the safety of those citizens and that everybody did go home, successfully those days, man. So
is everybody okay? I haven't heard anything.
Everybody's good. Everybody
good.
They had a trip to the medical center, but for all intents and purposes, everybody's going home because of the actions that you did that day, man. And we just want to say we appreciate it from the police department, the fire department, and the citizens that we serve. Thank you. And usually you only earn one of those by doing some type of heroic act, and again, we do appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
From the fire department, since it involved you making a save from a fiery event, we got you a hat and a Winchester Fire and Rescue t-shirt.
Well, thank you very much.
So you can transfer over to Fire and Rescue anytime you want to.
Wait a minute.
Seems like you already got the skill and the mentality.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Cynthia Schneider, CEO at the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, where we connect business and community resources for mutual success. And today, we get to do just that as we celebrate the opening of Brightview here in Stevenson, Virginia, right off of Route 11 North, behind the sheets. They're offering a great service to our community, and I'm going to let Ray Good tell you all about it.
Brightview is a comprehensive outpatient addiction treatment facility here in Winchester, and we really follow the biopsychosocial model. Dr. Ryan is one of our founders, and I was watching a presentation that he gave last night, really highlighting the reason that he started Brightview. And it really is that this disease, addiction, and substance use disorder is a community disease. It affects every part of the community. And the best way to treat that is evidence-based therapy and case management, as well as having a medical provider, all of which we provide on site. And one of the things he also highlighted is really eliminating barriers for patients. So that is same-day treatment. Patients can not only be seen today if they're here by 3, between 8:30 and 3, Monday through Friday, but they also can be treated that day. Secondarily, insurance, all insurances are accepted, and no insurance. We'll help them get signed up if they don't currently have insurance. And Lance, I don't know if there's additional things that you would add about our program.
Yeah, I think other thing is we do have a 24/7 call center. So if anyone that needs treatment can call 24/7 and be able to get booked for the next day for appointments. And I think big things to just re-highlight that Ray said, we will help anyone that needs addiction treatment. We don't want cost to be a barrier for saving somebody's life. So even if they don't have insurance, feel free to send them in and we will work with them.
All right, so Xavier, who's the head of operations here at Brightview, is going to cut the ribbon and start the celebration. Woo! Woo! And on behalf of the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome you to our business community. And again, thank you so much for this really needed service that you're providing for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to Frederick County Public Schools' virtual art show. We hope you enjoy these creations by art students from each of Frederick County's elementary, middle, and high schools. Third grade artist Emilia Nyarko skillfully rendered this composition of a scarecrow. Amia studied various techniques used by artists to establish an illusion of depth with their compositions before using these techniques in her piece. Amia is a student at Armel Elementary School. Ben Burke, a 7th grade student at Admiral Richard E. Byrd Middle School, created this board game. Ben developed visual rhythm, unity, and dimension by skillfully planning his dragon beyond the playing piece border. The medieval theme was chosen from Ben's own personal interests. Each image was carefully drawn with varied values of color or gray added with colored pencil or graphite. Art 3 student Lauren Henderson completed this abstract still life drawing using red ink and a variety of ink techniques. She abstracted the objects in this still life by rearranging them and varying the size and position of the objects to create emphasis and contrast within the drawing. Lauren is a student at James Wood High School. First grader Lachlan Barnhart learned about primary colors as well as different types of lines. Lachlan created an original playground using organic and geometric shapes, as many unique lines as possible, and the 3 primary colors. Lachlan used collage and drawing techniques to create his piece. Lachlan attends Apple Pie Ridge Elementary School. Reese Lassard used the name of this type of gourd, a penguin gourd, as inspiration for painting this 3-dimensional piece as an aquatic flightless bird. It began as a muted tan gourd after washing the debris off the surface left by the dehydration process. Using tempera primary colors to achieve desired hues, her goal was to capture the essence of what a penguin is. After the paint was dry, she sealed the surface with a polyacrylic spray. Reese is an 8th grade student at Frederick County Middle School. In this artwork, sophomore Delaney LaFalce cut images into different colors of paper to create a Noten design. The word Noten is Japanese for light, dark, and is used to express balance in a composition. Delaney's artwork creates a detailed, balanced design that is pleasing to the eye. Delaney is a student at Millbrook High School. Riley Nail, a 2nd grade student at Bass Hoover Elementary School, created this cute squirrel with a pink bow. Riley cut out a brown tree shape and added colorful line texture for the house. She also added a swirly tail and an acorn. 8th grade James Wood Middle School student Lily Nail created this amazing abstract sculpture by layering and designing cardboard pieces. The goal of the project was to use the elements of art they had been learning all year into one final piece. The student exemplified that with lots of contrast, values, and colors. The mask is inspired by Pablo Picasso and his technique of drawing abstract faces. Junior Rayam Almansub created this drawing using organic shapes. Rayam incorporated various widths to her lines and shapes, creating a pleasing composition. Rayam finished her project by adding color utilizing watercolor paints. Rayam is an Art 2 student at Sharando High School. Second grader Emma Agosta created a mixed media landscape focused on the use of directional lines and secondary colors. With liquid watercolor, oil pastels, and collage paper, she created the traditional landscape and included a beach and sandcastle. Oil pastels were used to create a resist, or marked areas to create clouds, fall leaves, and sand. The kite is made of scrapbook paper and use of directional lines to create the classic diamond kite shape. Emma is a student at Evendale Elementary School. Dobie, a McKenna Latin, is a mental repoussé piece with marker highlights. McKenna, an 8th grade art student at Robert E. Ayler Middle School, used special tools to carve into a square piece of thick aluminum. She then used marker to emphasize certain areas of her work. Art 3 student Brianna Poling created this drawing of old school cameras using a variety of pencil and colored pencil techniques. She arranged the cameras in a creative format and added color pencil and a representation of old camera film to add contrast to the background. Brianna is a sophomore at Jameswood High School. In this symmetrical drawing, 5th grader Blake Shepard from Gainsborough Elementary School used her first name as her starting point. She then used the principle of balance to create a mirror image of her name. Once her drawing was symmetrical, she created a cursive dragonfly from her name. Riley Woolley is a 6th grade artist who attends Admiral Richard E. Byrd Middle School. Riley developed this creation after studying and sketching figure proportions in class. She put this composition together with a few of her drawings as inspiration. A strong background and blended oil pastel helped create both interest and dimension. Sophomore Alia DeSimone sculpted this snowy creature in Art 2 class at Millbrook High School. In 3 days, the students used the pinch and pull method and 2 pounds of clay to complete the assignment. Alia chose acrylic paint over glaze because she wanted to be able to mix the colors like a painting. A family pet was the inspiration for this art journal cover design titled Puck the Cat by Moran Jacques. Using both permanent and watercolor markers, Moran created a sleek black cat in contrast to the stark white background. The play of positive and negative space and use of a bit of unexpected color in the eyes adds interest to her image. Moran is a 5th grade artist at Greenwood Mill Elementary School. Summer Amilpa's composition focuses on atmospheric perspective and pattern. She was successful in creating a layering effect to achieve the perspective, and her use of light and dark allows certain elements to pop out of the page. Her pattern amongst the trees draws interest and presents a successful separation between the foreground and background. Summer is a 7th grade student at Frederick County Middle School. Grace Sager, a junior at Sharando High School, created this clay sculpture in her Art 4 class. It is inspired by the classic Victorian children's novel Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. Alice's side of the looking glass portrays Wonderland in a captivating psychedelic style, while the opposite side shows her magnified eye looking through the glass in black and white to contrast the bright colors of Wonderland. Indian Hollow Elementary 3rd grader Harper Poole used different techniques to get color onto her paper. For the background, she used water on tissue paper to allow the dye of the tissue paper to transfer to the background paper. She then used tempera paint to paint her branch and cardinal, and used oil pastels for her final details. Using various watercolor techniques, James Wood Middle School student Katrin Shoup painted this haunting owl. Working from a reference image, she first drew it lightly in pencil, then used a gradated wash to create the value chants in the background. Using the wet-on-wet method, she painted feathers, eventually completing the many textures on this bird. Katrin is in 7th grade gifted art. Allison Jones, senior at James Wood High School, captures all the vibrant colors in her gouache painting of Goldie the goldfish. She uses a cool blurred effect to show the fish popping out of the water. Allison's color palette and technique come together to create a gorgeous tropical painting. Fourth grader Juliana Vicchio worked on drawing an owl from observation for this artwork. She focused on using line and pattern as well as colored pencil gradations. The use of metallic marker creates a nice contrast with the colored pencil. Juliana is a student at Jordan Springs Elementary School. Mushroom Grove by Natalie Hubile is a colored pencil on black paper. Natalie, an 8th grade art student at Robert E. Ayler Middle School, layered several different colors to get this otherworldly effect. There are a few hidden surprises in her artwork, such as a stuffed bunny hiding amid the patterns. This mystical dragon incense burner was created by junior Janya Taylor at Millbrook High School. The Art 3 class used the method of subtraction to create sculpture vessel combinations. The details of the pieces were added with acrylic paint, lights, and moss. The light can be turned on while the smoke of the incense flows down the falls while the white dragon watches over. Third grader Cole Gore learned all about Heather Galaire and her folk art patterned landscapes. He created his own landscape and filled it with bright colors and patterns. His goal was to make an abstract town that would be anything but ordinary in terms of shapes, colors, and characters. Cole is a student at Middletown Elementary School. This work of art, titled Dream Portrait, was created by 7th grade artist Jalen Grobner. Observation skills and knowledge of portrait proportions were used to start her image. After studying past and contemporary works, including Surrealism and Expressionism, Jalen added touches of color to complete this strong image. Jalen is a student at Admiral Richard E. Byrd Middle School. Yasmin Drons, a junior in the Art 3 class at Sharando High School, created this watercolor and pen drawing of the Blenheim Palace. Inspired by the architecture and using her knowledge of linear perspective, Yasmin first drew out the palace, carefully observing her reference photo. She then experimented with layering watercolor, emphasizing watermarks and textures throughout the work. Using a white gel pen and a variety of micron pens, she finished the work by accenting the structure and details of the architecture. 4th graders at Orchard View Elementary School used the creative process to create unique landscapes displaying depth, various tints, shades, intensities, and a pattern. Addie Garman decided to also explore the use of perspective and leading lines to create a mysterious figure towering over trees in the distance. After sketching out her idea, she mixed tempera paints and used colored pencils to add detail. Seiso Arami created this digital art piece using the sketchbook program and the fountain pen tool. His inspiration for this piece was taken from a specific Pokemon character from the Unova region. His use of movement in his lines and bold choice of colors, along with the layering, makes this a very dynamic composition. Seiso was a 7th grade student at Frederick County Middle School. Alyssa Rodriguez, junior at Jameswood High School, has precise patience in her pen and ink drawing. She uses a stippling technique to achieve all the values in her piece. Alyssa captures the likeness of her subject perfectly and shows advanced level drawing skills in her pen and ink masterpiece. Redbud Run Elementary School 5th grade artist painted monochromatic landscapes to show a feeling of depth or atmospheric perspective. Colors of objects appear lighter far away and brighter or darker up close. To achieve this effect, each student mixed a single color or hue with white, black, and gray to make tints, shades, and tones. This example was painted by Kennedy McCullough. Jameswood Middle School student Natalie Chow sculpted this unique designer mug. She was inspired by the character Diona from the game Genshin Impact. The mug was built using the slab technique, and the facial details are a variety of additive and subtractive styles. Natalie glazed it in many colors to accurately represent the character. Natalie is in 7th grade gifted art. Sophomore Angie Ramirez Bautista found images from magazines and pieced them together to create this collaged artwork. Inspired by the Surrealism art movement of the 1930s, Angie used techniques like scale change, dislocation, and juxtaposition to position an image of a person sleeping between different landscapes. By layering the images, she was able to create a dreamlike composition that catches the viewer's eye. Angie attends Millbrook High School. 3rd grader Sadie Kaufman created this Chinese-inspired vase from the Ming Dynasty. In this piece, Sadie used observational drawing skills to draw a Chinese-inspired dragon. The vase was finalized with the trademark blue that was used by the artist of the time, along with tissue paper cherry blossoms. Sadie is a student at Stonewall Elementary School. Superhero Debut by Tegan Cruz is a mixed media project where students had to create a superhero version of themselves. Tegan, a 6th grade art student at Robert E. Ayler Middle School, used colored pencils to create value and depth in her piece. Sarah Carter, a senior at Sharando High School in the AP Studio Art class, created this work titled Fragile in response to a portrait exploring identity. Painting on black paper with acrylic paint, she worked carefully to render the shapes and values necessary to capture the look of broken and fragmented three-dimensional pieces. Frederick County Public Schools celebrates the arts throughout the year with a variety of art shows, concerts, and dramatic performances. Please join us in supporting our students in all their artistic endeavors.
Welcome everybody, I'm Cynthia Schneider, CEO at the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, where today we again get to celebrate the growth and expansion of a tremendous community program here with the Froggy's Closet folks, Families Reaching Out group. They are moving into a new space here at 200 North Braddock Street in downtown Winchester. So we're going to kick them off with a celebration. Got a board member here. John, would you please cut the ribbon?
Indeed.
We got a really big got a little help from your friends.
Right.
And then Tina, you will share a little bit about your mission and purpose here.
Okay, our mission statement is families caring enough to provide the basics and beyond that all children deserve. And what we do here is we help foster children, children at risk, and children in need with clothing, books, toys, diapers, anything they need, we have it. And it's all because of our amazing community that we're able to do what we do.
Thank you so much for what you do in commemoration of this special day, and thank you again for all that you do for the community. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Les.
What I'd like to say is City Council that this is a wonderful day for Foggy's opening up their brand new site. It's a beautiful site, much needed space from down South Loudon Street. I remember when our son was the president of Interact at Hanley, he went to Foggy's a lot to do different projects, and he enjoyed it. That was one of his favorite things, going down and helping Foggy. So this is exciting and a much needed organization for the city and all our kids in our community. So thank you.
I'm Dr. Owen. This is my wife, Dr. Amber. We own Smiles Virginia Family Dental Center in Winchester. If you're looking for a new dentist, we'd love to have you as a patient. We've won Best Dentist in Town the last 3 years running from the Winchester Star Readers, and we're a very proud member of the Chamber of Commerce in town.
Well, on behalf of the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, I would like to welcome Miles of Virginia here to your new location. Founded in 1931 from the Amherst Street, moving here now to Cedar Creek Grade. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the top of Virginia Regional Chamber ribbon cutting celebrating the 90th anniversary of H.A. Funkhauser and Company. It's my privilege to be here today, especially to say congratulations to Bob Claytor and his family and his team. 90 years serving this community in this region with petroleum needs, food, fun. Thank you so much for all you do for us. The Claytor family has been tremendous supporters of the Chamber. They have supported our community leadership program for many, many years, often having the students a part of the program, really showing their employees how valuable they are to being leaders in our community at every level. So we want to celebrate today with a ribbon cutting. Bob's going to cut the ribbon and then tell you a little bit about his business and why we're going to celebrate. So Bob, cut the ribbon!
I'd like to thank each one of you all for being here very, very much. You can't make it 90 years without having a lot of good partners and a lot of good customers. And we've been so thankful that the community has really embraced us for all of these years. All of these team members, when Hugh Funkhauser started, there was 1 employee. When I came here, there were 6 employees. So we've been blessed with a lot of good folks helping us out along the way. And all of these people behind me today have made it possible for us to still be here 90 years. So thank you very much. We appreciate your being here. We appreciate all these folks' hard work. We appreciate the support of the community and for the Chamber of Commerce too. So thank you all very, very much.
And then on behalf of the City of Winchester, we have Councilman Leslie here to have a few words as well. Congratulations.
Bob, congratulations. 90 years celebration is fantastic. I know I've talked to you, you're a good friend of mine. Growing this company, just what you said, from 6 employees up to what it is now, is a compliment to you and your family running it. I know you got petroleum products, the lubricant products, the Candy Bar brand, but you've been a big asset to not just Winchester City, but the whole community. So congratulations, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Welcome everybody. I'm Cynthia Schneider with the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, and we are here today to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Bowman Library and their incredible community service. Thank you for being here today. I'm glad to be able to celebrate such an amazing organization and all the work that the Hanley Library System does in our community. I'm going to turn this over to Mary Anson to share a little bit about what's going on today.
Hi, thank you so much, Cynthia. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm happy that all of you are here with us to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Bowman Library. And I am very happy to introduce our director, John Huddy. Let me say a few words. There you go.
Thanks for coming today, and thank you to Chamber for bringing this all together. And thank you for coming and doing the ceremony with us. I think 20 years ago, there was an idea, 22 years ago, 25 years ago probably, there was an idea to put a library here. The Bowman family, and especially, donated enough money to think this was reality. The citizens of Frederick County gave their money to build this, make this a reality. We've been working over the last 20 years to make sure this library has been top-notch. It has been extremely well attended, and the building, if you go inside, the interior still holds up. It doesn't look dated, it's airy, it's spacey, it's beautiful. People love it. They love the parking, they love the location. It's tied into the lake. Everybody loves this place. I love bringing my dog outside, getting the material. So thank you to everybody who made this happen, and thank you for coming today, and for you, final note. So thanks to everybody, and let's celebrate this. Touch the left.
Here we go. I have a little gift from Mary. I apologize that it's cold, but this is for our library.
Thank you. Oh my. And I just say what this is? It's a $100,000 donation to the library. So you're gonna make me cry. Wow, yeah.
Curtis, while we all collect ourselves, what a generous gift.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
And this is Elise from the work we will celebrate.
I have no doubt that our community will put this hard to work. Thank you so very much for the generosity and everyone for coming today to make this a wonderful celebration and for you to carry on top of everything else.
Oh my goodness, yes. Thank you. And yes, Lee Steingold from our board and Dave Speckmeyer, who's liaison from the Board of Supervisors.
On behalf of the people of the Shining District and Frederick County, especially the families that you see throughout this ceremony, I just want to thank the staff and the volunteers for the incredible difference that you folks have made in the lives of all of us. Best wishes to you that you continue to be successful in strengthening the ability of people to read and to learn about our world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mary and John, Deb, on behalf of the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, we would like to present this plaque to you as a token of appreciation and celebration of this great event. Thank you all for being here, and again, what an amazing community, such great community support. I think, Dave, what you said, so many wonderful volunteers, the Friends of the Henley Library that pour so much into building this organization, keeping it running, and providing us an opportunity to learn and grow throughout our lives and make this such a rich community. Thanks for celebrating with us today.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Hello, I'm Mike Cundiff. I founded Cundiff & Associates in 1980 with a commitment to excellence and personalized service.
We serve the needs of the top of Virginia region with accounting, auditing, tax and estate services, management consulting, IT, and accounting systems design and installation. We take the time to integrate the latest technology, but we understand the importance of the personal touch. Cundiff & Associates CPA, old-fashioned service, but with up-to-date technology.
She's too shut to close her eyes, looking through the dusty
If your business allows customers to access Wi-Fi, what happens when there's too many customers on the network at once? Have you heard of Wi-Fi 6? It's the next-gen Wi-Fi that delivers 5G-like performance, so you can rest assured that your customers will have access and you're not overloading your network. Netmaker Communications can upgrade your business Wi-Fi today. Click or call for a free consultation.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you very, very much to Victoria Kidd, owner of the Hideaway, our beloved cafe, for allowing us to do this here. It seems like a wonderful place, an appropriate place for it. So it's been a while since we had the I Can't Breathe March in recognition of the tragic death of George Floyd. And thankfully, we haven't had that here. We have our wonderful law enforcement. We're so grateful. So grateful to have the law enforcement officers. We have the organizations, our chief, our sheriff, and that we can all work together on issues like this and make the community, keep our community as safe as it can possibly be for everybody. So I'm very grateful to all the advocates from all professions and walks of life who work on these issues. Hi there. I've been stung 5 times in the last 2 weeks and bitten by a snake. And yet she doesn't flinch.
Great.
It's life on a farm. So thank you so much for everything you do, and for providing that specific opportunity for grieving and healing and recommitting to each other to fight for racial equality. There are community members here that are not directly honored by the commending resolution, but who helped make the march possible. So thank you to all of those. And some of that was expediting permit requests, providing financial support, helping to generate support in the community. This march was unique because of the way the entire community mobilized. Activists, citizens, religious leaders, law enforcement, business community, local government, and more. This wouldn't have been possible without the participation of so many different facets of our communities here. And 2 years later, yes, Black lives still matter. And we want to always recognize that. So this resolution passed on a bipartisan, unanimous basis through the House of Delegates, showing that my colleagues across the Commonwealth and I all acknowledge the hard work you put in to organizing this march and the value it brings to Winchester and Virginia as a whole. I'll read the text of the commending resolution, which will become a part of official Virginia state record from here on out. House Resolution number 549, commending the organizers of the I Can't Breathe Walk in Winchester, agreed to by the House of Delegates August 28, 2020. That long ago. Whereas in June 2020, more than 500 people attended the I Can't Breathe Walk in Winchester to protest the death of George Floyd, raise awareness of police brutality, and demonstrate support for social justice. And whereas the I Can't Breathe Walk was organized by Terrence Wilson, Ashley Christine Adcock, Haley Arnold, Samuel Tanner, Latasha Doja, Victoria Kidd, and Andrew Mudd, and sponsored by Tina Stevens Culbreth and Rodney Culbreth, friends of the nonprofit I'm Just Me movement. And whereas the I Can't Breathe Walk began at the Shenandoah Valley Civil War Museum and proceeded through downtown Winchester. After the walk, more than 30 speakers, including religious leaders, elected officials, community activists, and local residents, addressed the need for police and societal reform. And whereas the I Can't Breathe Walk was attended by people of many races, creeds, and backgrounds and built a strong sense of peace, unity, and purpose. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Delegates that the organizers of the I Can't Breathe event in Winchester hereby be commended for providing an opportunity for community members to heal and make their voices heard. And be it resolved further that the clerk of the House of Delegates prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to the organizers of the I Can't Breathe Walk in Winchester as an expression of the House of Delegates' appreciation for the importance of the event and others like it in the Commonwealth.
So I'm representing Tina today, so she had a whole list of things that she wanted me to say. But first of all, thank you to everyone in the city that came out to be part of this and support this march. We also want to thank our city mayor, David Smith, our Winchester Police Chief Piper, along with all the men and women that came to participate in this march. Also, thanks to all the businesses that stayed open during the march. The businesses that stayed open and those that didn't but provided cases of water at their doors. Thank you to the Virginia Regional Chamber for your support and your leadership. You were instrumental in ensuring that the businesses here in town felt secure, felt safe, felt that and trusted that this march was going to be a successful march without any casualties. Thank you as well to the clergy, Pastor Mack of Mount Carmel, Reverend Wilson with St. Paul Church. Who else? There's so many thanks to be given. But thanks also to the young people that were present, that were speakers. This all started because of Terrence and his desire to want to see this happen. And this was expedited pretty quickly. When we said expedited, that's an understatement. So things that take about 6 months to happen happened in 2 days. And a lot of that was because of Kevin with the Battlefield Foundation. If he would have said no to that permit, this wouldn't have happened. So we thank you for providing that permit in such an expedited manner. 2 days, right? I think what normally takes 6 months. Thank you for your financial support as well for that event as well. And Rodney and Tina, I'm just me. They support the young people in this community. And the shift that the young people are making to create a better community, not just here, not just our city, not just our state, but our country as well. And so at last, I just want to say that as you can see, it really took a community coming together, a community putting in all their effort to make this a successful march, a march where people could be heard, a march where people could let their hurt out. It's okay to be sad, and it was okay to hurt, and it was okay to scream, and it was okay to be upset, but also do it in a peaceful and classy manner that we did it here in the city of Winchester. And just one important piece that, we were just all very instrumental in mourning the death of George Floyd. And I also just want to say a huge thank you to Larry Gates. I know he is very excited right now, up in heaven, looking at us right now.
Watch your camera, sir.
Yeah.
That's great. I've never seen that happen. Oh, I never saw this happen.
It's sensing someone that's having this.
But anyway, that was my final thoughts. Just, thank you everyone that came out. And I'll just say, I'll just say that, yes, Tina wishes she could be here today, but she sent me and she sent Ned, and Sheree is also on our board, I'm Just Me movement, and I have to say it was probably Tina's energy that absolutely busted through all the red tape that might take a while. So thank you to all the organizations that helped this expediting thing, and this is really exciting. So everybody, I want you to know that the mission of the I'm Just Me movement is on the back of our card, strengthening youth, families, and communities through mentorship, education and training, positive development, and community collaboration. And that community collaboration is all about inclusion and diversity. And we're talking about everybody's voice. So when we say I'm just me, it's we want to hear from you. How are you just you, and how are you just you? And most of all, I'm just me because you are all my friends, you are all my cohorts, and we're all in this together to lift our voices about inclusion and diversity. So
So if you don't know about I'm Just Me, we have a great website. Sheree is in charge of our new logo. We have a new, very personalized logo. My old cards have the old logo, but we're into a new logo now. And we also have another group coming. It's called Triumph Over Trauma. And we're going to be one of 23 organizations around Virginia that are looking to build a trauma-informed community. And that just means that we're all aware of the role that trauma has played in our lives and other people's lives, and we realize that there's baggage over time. So that we want to be going in and working with especially children who have been impacted by trauma so that they can build their resilience and learn about having lives where they do feel like they have a voice. So that you'll hear more about that in Triumph Over Trauma, and the I'm Just Me movement is also the sponsor of that group that will be one of 23 around Virginia. So please, if you don't know about I'm Just Me, we're a really important force in this community, and we're all about community collaboration. Necessarily. Because you're great at that. You're great at that.
Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you to all the organizers. We've been kind of MIA here in the city since the march, but I'm very grateful for all the collaborators and community organizations and businesses that help pull off this march in a safe manner and, like you said, in a classy manner, and definitely in the spirit of Larry Gates, who would have marched right along with us and keeps marching with us as we continue to shift and change our community to the best of our abilities for our young people, and to have as much inclusion and diversity in our city council, and our school boards, and our churches, and in our businesses as well. So thank you. Thank you, everybody. Let's continue the good work here in Winchester. Thank you for being here today, and thank you again to our host, Victoria Kidd.
I'm Officer Angela Warfield. I've been a stay-at-home mom for the past 7 years, and I finally decided to pursue the career I've always wanted to do. I got the call that I was hired in May of 2021 and started the academy in July. Suddenly, I went from watching Cocomelon to studying criminal law. I was excited to start the academy, but didn't know what to expect. Honestly, before the range, I hadn't had much experience with guns. I always knew I was strong, but I didn't know how strong I was until I finished defensive tactics training. Now, I feel well equipped to handle any situation that I would find myself in on duty. Traded in my minivan. Driver training was definitely really fun. Definitely helps you feel more comfortable when you have to go fast, especially in the city. It's way different driving. I like being on nights just because the fact that I am a mom. I do have 3 kids. They are pretty young, so it still gives me the time to be at home with them. Not every agency has a lot of females. I think that's what really attracted me to Winchester Police Department. It's just awesome to be in the presence of other awesome females. I'm really glad I made this career move, and I know you will be too. Come join me and apply to the Winchester Police Department today.
where we connect business and community resources for mutual success. And today, we're out here off of Airport Road celebrating Shenandoah Elevator. And I've got Colin Clark with me, the owner of the company. He's going to tell you a little bit about what they do and why you need them. This will probably be our first truest elevator speech. Colin, tell us a little bit about Shenandoah Elevator.
Well, we're a locally owned family business. We've been around for quite a while. We specialize in commercial elevators, but we do everything from elevators to stair lifts to scooters and lift chairs. So we have a wide range of stuff available for whatever you need for your mobility needs. And we have a great set of guys that work with us. We have very quality work, and its customer service is next to none.
Done. So, Colin, let's celebrate. Cut the ribbon. Oh, look at you. Well done. And on behalf of the Chamber, we want to just celebrate with you and the greatness of building your business here in the Winchester region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Powell's Plumbing is your best choice for quality and professionalism. We have a truck in your neighborhood. At Powell's Plumbing, we can handle any plumbing or septic job, big or small, from well pumps to sewer and drain cleaning, as well as leaking faucets and water heaters. Go to powellsplumbing.com for more info and special savings. So, leaky faucets, toilets won't flush or overflowing, kitchen sink backed up. Call Powell's Plumbing. We've got 30 years of serving the community with quality and professionalism you can count on.
Elite Plus. Howard's going to tell you all about him, but he's one of our new entrepreneurs, came up with a great idea and was awarded first place at a recent pitch night. And he's going to tell you about some of the great things he's doing, but we're going to first kick off with the ribbon cutting for Elite Plus LLC. Albert, cut the ribbon!
All right.
Woo! There we go. All right. So
idea. We've been operating for 7 months. We wash out semi-trailers so they can go pick up at shippers with clean, sanitized trailers. Winchester is a huge thoroughfare for trucks. We have a large industrial section here, plus we're off 81. It is a main route for the big trucks to go up and down. We have a lot of shippers and receivers here that need the trailers clean and sanitized so they can reload it with their food, clothes, and anything else without it getting cross-contaminated.
And we definitely would like to thank you all, and we definitely want to thank the Chamber and all the members for giving us the opportunity to be here today. We're super excited to service the community, and we hope you guys give us a call. Look us up at Elite Plus.
So welcome to the Chamber of Commerce. We're so happy to have you and excited for your new venture. If you need your truck cleaned out, you know who to call. Elite Plus.
Thank you very much.
To another celebration of a ribbon cutting with the new Microtel Motel here off of ID1 right at North 11. If you are traveling with your family, with children, your moms, we've got everybody here today representing and celebrating this new location to serve our community. Dave, tell us a little bit about this property.
So the Microtel brand, this is actually one of the new types of models, only been around for about 5 years now. This hotel has 78 rooms with an indoor pool and a full-fledged fitness center. We do serve a breakfast every morning, more of a hot continental style breakfast with a pancake machine.
Fun.
David, if you want to see anything else.
Those are good pancakes, Dave.
They are very good pancakes.
We'll be coming on down to visit one morning.
Yeah, so my name is David Cavallero. I represent the hotel as well. Guest Incorporated is the management company. We're based in Strasburg. We're thrilled to be part of this project. We're thrilled to be working with Randy Cron, the owner, and Ned Browning, who couldn't be here today. But this has been a 2-year project, a labor of love, lots of ups and downs, COVID in between. So this is an amazing, amazing day that we're actually open. So we've been open about 3 weeks now. Business is picking up. We had about 61 guests last Saturday, which was amazing for us. So it's great times ahead, but we're thrilled to be part of the Winchester community. I'm thrilled personally to be back in the Winchester community. I had another job and I was all over the place, so it's thrilled to kind of come home and be part of the local scene again. But this is a beautiful hotel. It's in a great location, great ownership, great management, great staff. You know, we're thrilled to be part of the community. As Dave said, 78 rooms. We got about 10 suites, indoor pool, full breakfast. We got a couple showrooms for everyone to take, so make sure before you all leave today, you can take a look at our showrooms. Got a little bit of food inside too, food and drinks. So again, I can't be happier to be representing the hotel and working for great owners and working with Dave. So hope you guys have a great afternoon and thanks for coming out.
All right, Dave, let's celebrate and cut that ribbon. Oh, you gotta get big.
Woo!
Bigger.
Dave, you gotta squeeze. Come on. Slower.
Gotta go big.
Big. Come on, let's go. Here we go. We are open!
Oh, let me take those for you. Hold those.
Woo!
No. Okay. And on
yes.
behalf of the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome you to our membership. We thank you for your support. And
thank you.
Anybody that needs a good staycation on a rainy day, come on into that pool and take some swimming.
And we're pet friendly.
All right.
And Dario.
Sure.
Wait a minute.
We're going to take a little break because there's more celebration to come.
We just keep celebrating at the Microtel.
Before the doors were open, they were already helping invest in the community and supporting some of the fun that goes on here. So we've got Dario Savarese with Full Circle Marketing representing the Shenandoah Valley Apple Blossom Festival today with a presentation as well.
I'd just like to thank Microtel, Randy, and David for supporting the Shenandoah Apple Blossom Festival. Last year we had an amazing festival. Hotels are a vibrant part of making the festival great because the Apple Blossom Festival is a homecoming of sorts. And we have thousands of people coming back to visit Winchester, see family and friends, and they need lovely hotels to stay in, to gather. And so we thank you for your support. Before you even opened, you stepped up to the plate, and that is what it takes, and we appreciate that opportunity. So on behalf of the Shenandoah Apple Blossom Festival, one of our signature commemorative plaques, thank you, gentlemen. We look forward to having lots of people stay here to celebrate Apple Blossom, and we look forward to people checking us out for the barbecue and brews on Labor Day. And you can stay here and get some tickets, and just up the road at the fairgrounds is the event. So thank you, Randy, David, and David.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you much.
Well, thanks everybody for coming. I'm T.M. Dickinson. I'm from Winchester, Virginia. I grew up here. My parents moved here when I was 1. I graduated from Hanley High School. I used to go to Schollenberger's on the mall. That was my grandfather's favorite place to go because he came from Buena Vista, because you could go in and you could buy one screw or one kind of nut and get out of there. He loved that place. And I played baseball for Pepper's dad when I was probably 8 years old. But I haven't, I've been living in Charlottesville for the last 20 years. When I graduated from Hanley in 1988, I went to Hampton-Sydney College. I came home after my freshman year. My brother's 5.5 years younger, and my dad said, "TM, I love you. You're my oldest son, but you can't come home anymore because it's a great big world out there, and you're not setting a very good example for your younger brother." So I took off, went to California that summer, and I haven't lived in Winchester since. Reside in Charlottesville now. When I graduated school, I went to work for a wireless telephone company. And back then, that's when we used phones to talk on them. And you had them installed in your trunk, and they were $1,000. And I did that for 12 years. I traveled all over the United States. In fact, in the first 11 years, I moved 7 times. We were living in Little Rock. Got a call. They said, "TM, we want you to move back to Virginia to run the Virginia, West Virginia, and Kentucky markets for Alltel. You can live in Virginia Beach or you can live in Charlottesville." And I said, before they even finished saying Charlottesville, I was like, "I'll live there." That was close enough. And so I started working there for a couple of years, got the call to move back to Little Rock, which was 1,000 miles away from my parents here, and they were starting to we were having children. And my boy's mom said something to me that really resonated. And she said, "TM, you're from somewhere, you know, and I'm from somewhere." She's from Charleston, South Carolina. She goes, "I want the boys to be from somewhere." So I left a career working for a very large company that expected you to move pretty frequently, and went to work with a small startup company, well, not a startup company, small business in Stanton, Virginia called Specialty Blades. They'd been around about 20 years. They were doing $14 million a year. I was there 16 years. We grew it to 105 and sold it to private equity in 2018. In 2018, I expected that what I was going to do is just wait for the next flip, you know, hopefully be 53, ring the bell a little bit and stay on. But something happened. I don't know, I'm looking around, it's happened to somebody. I turned 50. I was an empty nester and I was single. And I started to really evaluate what I wanted to do in my second act professionally. And so in the middle of COVID, I left the blade company and went and started my own practice as a fractional vice president of sales. I was betting on a couple of things. I wanted to work with businesses that were below 50 million because I loved that when I was with Specialty Blades. You could be nimble, you can make a lot of changes. I figured that sales issues and predominantly sales management issues were a bit industry agnostic. And I also didn't want to live on an airplane. I was talking to Bobby, I would travel 150,000 miles a year. Despite having manufacturing in Stanton, Virginia, and 4 other US-based locations, none of my customers were close by. And I made the decision at the time to kind of do that. So I started Catalyst Sales Performance really to work with small business owners, because one of the things that I'm seeing is a lot of founders will start their business and they get pulled into areas of it that they don't particularly like, or they're not particularly good at. And especially if it's a technological company, sales and sales management is one of those things. You know, they say all the time that sales is a bit of an art. Sales management is more of a science. You know, it's about following a process. It's about making sure that you've got measures in place and you're looking at predictive measures rather than things that are retroactive. I've worked in 5 engagements. I've worked with the sign company we talked about, my friend TJ Ronayne at Gropin. I did some work with him. I've worked with an architectural components company called Gaston and Wyatt that does custom millworking, and they also sell Marvin windows and fixtures and things like that. I work with another blade company in York, Pennsylvania, which also has a sawmill component. And then I've worked with 2 design and construction landscape companies, one in Lynchburg and then another one also in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. So, but today what I want to do is just a quick background about me. I thought that what I would just provide a little content. This won't take very long. If you have questions or you'd like to make comments, I'd really appreciate it. I may call out, say, hey, do you have this issue? But I definitely want to be sensitive to your time. I know that we've all got things that we need to do. So, a lot has changed in the last 2 years. You know, we've got situations where we've got artificial intelligence that overhears what we say, or I think what I think sometimes because it shows up on my phone now about where I want to go. The days of being face-to-face have changed. There's a lot more virtual interactions that happen with Zoom. And, you know, so there's been some changes. I don't think that a lot of the things that happened that we had to adopt with COVID are going to go back. We were talking a little bit about supply chain issues, and particularly as it relates to chemicals. The saw business, I will tell you, we make bandsaw blades that are used for these huge lumber mills in the Pacific Northwest. The lead time on the material just to make those blades is now 60 weeks. It used to be 12. So you can imagine, you know, we're all dealing with this disruption. A friend of mine that's also in the industrial coating business that does paints for water towers and sewer pipes, he was saying, you know, just getting the chemicals he needs to make his product. He's taking orders. He's getting orders, and his biggest issue is not getting orders, it's being able to fulfill them. And his business has grown. He's 3rd generation. It's grown 30%. And a lot of it is because people cannot find the supplies that are coming in. Anybody having staffing issues? That's right.
It's probably the biggest call yet.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is one of these things where we have thrown, and it does, and we need to figure out what it is. It's, you know, $22 an hour for unskilled labor in Lancaster, Pennsylvania seems like a pretty good gig. For a long time, we couldn't get anybody to find it. So we had to get creative about where we go to find the people. And in particular, finding people that are the right cultural fit for us. Somebody that has a hardworking background. You moved out here to the Clearbrook area because of the workforce and the labor force that you can get. So there's lots of challenges that are happening there. Sales practice changes. We'll talk a little bit about the Zoom meetings and things like those types of items. You know, got issues where clients don't want to see you. In the blade business, I was the last person in Medtronic because I was in there for a meeting and then it came across the wire that they were going to shut down for 2 weeks. And now they have not gone back. My friend runs supply chain for Medtronic and up in Massachusetts. He's moved to Maine. He's still going to do the same job, but he doesn't want to see the suppliers. If they want to see him, they schedule time on Calendly. They hop on a Zoom call. That's the way they're doing things right now. And obviously, a lot of growth challenges. Some of it is I've got more orders than I can fulfill based on supply chain. Some cases, I've gone through the Great Resignation, and I don't have people that want to work. So I, as a small business owner, am working an extraordinary amount of hours and really not paying attention to the more important roles that we have in life, which are outside of work. I'm a firm believer in that. So value-based selling is the new norm. So I'm 52. I got my first sales job. They sent me to Raleigh, and I went through sales training where they talk to you about you've got to create the need. You've got to go and you've got to create the need for the customer to buy this $1,200 phone that goes in the back of their car so they can stay connected. Things are really different now, you know. Now it's about finding pain points. And then the other thing that's really interesting is about 90% of the purchasing decision is made before they ever contact you. They're looking at your LinkedIn, they're looking at your reviews on Google, they're looking at your website, and in order to prompt them, they know exactly what they want. So what we've got to do as organizations is really understand what their main issue is, and then how can we provide a solution to that. Does everybody know what is your unique selling proposition at Sullenberger? Because I love your place. I go there. You're the only place on earth that has 410 shotgun shells right now.
I would say it's our knowledge.
Yeah.
Our customers expect us to know how to do whatever they're trying to do.
Right. And if they have a question, you know where to direct them. Right. I started to think about that for me, and I mentioned it in my introduction. I paid consultants a whole lot of money in my career, and this is a reflection on me. We would sit there and we would create these wonderful documents on everything that was great. We would shake hands. I would stroke them a check. I would take that binder and stick it right on the shelf, right? And then when things had improved 90 days later, I was like, I can't believe we paid that consultant all that money. So I started to think about a different approach. I like longer engagements. I like ones where I'm going to work with the client for a year, make recommendations collectively on what we're going to do the heavy lifting. Because the reason I'm there is because the owner might not be great at sales or sales management. They're better in other parts of their business, and that's where they need to be functioning. I take care of that. I also have some skin in the game. I bet on the success. So 50% of my fee is fixed, 50% is based upon us hitting hitting deliverables that pays out my variable component. And those are kind of my differentiators, I would say, a little bit. I mean, I have lots of experience. Consultants are a dime a dozen. But and then I hire my replacement is really the biggest thing. You know, making sure that I identify that we've got the right people for the right positions, that they get the job, they want it, and they have the capability to do it. So that's my unique selling proposition. I would encourage you all, if you haven't done that work, is think about what separates you as an insurance agent in your business, or as in the hardware business, or in selling the chemicals. Some fascinating stuff we were talking about that Era Green does on removing rubber from airports. I mean, runways, who would have thought? But you got to have it, you know?
Our needs love peanut butter Lego.
Yeah. So think and make sure you're informing your customers about what's different about signs, you know, where they can go to other places and get it. I mean, why should they come to you? You know, and you don't want it to be price, really. You know, you want it to be service related, or you want to differentiate yourself among the competition. So that's trend one. That's been going on for a while. Trend two, this is interesting for me because I'm so old school. I love being face-to-face. I still travel Lancaster every 2 weeks and spend a few days with the people. I have counterparts of mine in DC that won't take an on-site engagement. Their thought process is, I could be more effective. I mean, I lose 10 hours of windshield time every 2 weeks to go do that. What they want to do is they want to be on a call with the owner and working with them that way. That's kind of here to stay, but it's tricky. You know, I like to read body language. Most of the communication that you do is nonverbal. You know, you've got to be able to identify that. How do we do that across a video conference screen? You know, how do we make sure we're capturing attention that way? So we mentioned a lot of prospects don't want to or don't need to meet in person. Training for employees, reading body language, I mentioned. How to give a great presentation. This is not an example of that. How to prospect, to make sure you're keeping them engaged. And I'm going to go to another slide. If you all have not read Integrity Selling, it's by a guy named Ron Willingham. I'll tell you a little bit about what we do in the engagements I'm working with. Typically, there's not a sole decision maker, especially if you're doing B2C types of sales. We won't take a meeting at the landscape construction company unless the husband and the wife or the partner is there with them. And the reason being is they're never the same person, right? They're usually somebody that is a talker that wants to just tell you about everything they want to do, and their counterbalance is somebody that's a controller. That's like, I've got $100,000 to spend and that's it. Or I've got a due date that's coming up that we've got to hit. And if we don't have both of those decision makers in and we don't speak to them in their language, whether it's virtually or in person, we don't have as much success. And so I've never read a business book that couldn't have been a great Harvard Business Review article. You know, they're always a little too long for me. But this is one of the things that I took away. It's looking at behavioral types, and it's from Integrity Selling. I encourage you guys to take a look at that and to get your sales team to really buy into it, because I'm finding that this is very, very true. Yes?
Is there a tool that you use prior to a meeting that you can identify the personalities, or have you just become good enough at it at your meeting that you can figure out who they are?
When I start a new employee, they have a cheat sheet in the back, but it's really based on the conversation and the body language, and you'll get to see it. Or when you vet them over the phone before you have the face-to-face, you can pick up on some cues that might be happening over the phone. Or you can even pick up cues that are in the emails that are written. They can be a little more misconstrued, but typically verbally you can identify who these folks are. Do you guys use the customer relationship management tool? Which one do you use?
Salesforce.
You do? Okay. How's it working for you?
It works really well as far as keeping the customer data
Right.
and things of that nature. And it's nice because when I'm on the road, I can log into it. If a meeting gets canceled at a location, I can pick 10 other locations in that region and go see them.
Right.
You know, so I like Salesforce.
Is it tied in with your ERP system, or is it
Yes.
separate? Okay, that's the key, right? Especially if you're in manufacturing, having it tied in with your ERP system. At the Blade Company, we didn't, and it was a bit like having a Formula One race car that fired on one cylinder. You know, it's got super capability. It can be overkill for a lot of small businesses. HubSpot, in some cases, you got to watch it. It's free until it's not. There's a few other ones that work pretty well, but I'm going to hop out of here and just kind of show you the CRM that I'm using, if I can get it to pop up. Apologize. So, and I'm, Bobby, do you do stages too of your opportunities?
Not really.
No. Okay. Sorry.
I think we have a different type of end product, so you wouldn't go through that.
Yeah, this is my dashboard. And you could load in prospects. We'll talk about you can use this. We'll talk about some more AI tools that you can use to identify potential clients. But what I do with our team is we go in and we've created these different stages of the job. And with each one of those stages, there's a certain number of tasks that have to happen. They're very particular. And then I assign a probability to see on what stage, what's the probability of closing. So I can forecast out and kind of think about what my revenue is going to be. If somebody comes into our website, they've looked at us and they said, hey, these guys look like they might be able to put in a pergola in the backyard and a patio, they'll schedule a consult, 10% probability, Then after we complete the consult, they'll go to maybe 30%. In order to vet them out a little bit more, we charge them for their sit with us. So it's $150 or something. Then they go over, if they enter a design agreement, they pay us a fee there, and the probability increases. So you can see that, in each stage of the funnel, I know what the representative kind of the dollar value would be for that particular sale. When I started with them, everybody that came in, all business was good business. And it was tying up a lot of our resources with estimating. It was tying up Mary's time with design. She really hadn't even had a conversation with them about ballpark estimates on what it was going to cost. So our close rate was, 20%. Our close rate now, because we're doing a better job on the front end with the resources that we've had for a year, has gone north of 50%. So we're happy about that. If you use there's plenty of CRM tools, lots of them. Salesforce it's tied in great with marketing. It is super robust. I personally think for small businesses, it's a little bit much. But if you're not using the CRM, I would encourage you to start doing that just so you can track activity, you know.
Do you feel like it's the system itself that made the difference in that percentage of 50%?
The key with any of those,
You're kind of catching them. They're booking this, right? The
Yeah.
customer's doing it, so you're catching them when they're interested.
that's right. And we'd say we're going to get back to them within 24 hours. The key with this tool is adoption. We had Salesforce and I had 50 users that never touched it. It was a huge expense. They're engineers and they were just like, we're not doing it. It doesn't apply to us. It was like, well, it helps us on the sales side. But you have to be able to adopt the tools and recognize what the tasks are in each one of the stages in order for it to be successful. Let me see here. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to make one comment. But when we were talking about virtual, the adoption of technology, on this Christmas of 2020, my friends Sarah and Mike were over. Sarah has done pharmaceutical testing in the United States for 30 years. She sets up trials. And I was asking her about, warp speed. Do we think, because I'd worked with serial entrepreneurs that were having to go through FDA approval, and I watched a lot of great projects just die on the vine because they ran out of money in the approval process. So I asked her, I said, do you think that this is going to be a one-off or is this going to change the culture? She says she's going to change the culture, but she goes, it's not for the reason that you think. It's forced the adoption of technology that's existed for a decade. I think the same is true in sales. You can be more efficient. It's going to be a different way to sell, but it's one that's here, and we need to get better and more comfortable, especially with seasoned salespeople like me that prefer the face-to-face and the handshake. Got to figure out better ways to do that. Let me see here. Fourth trend is AI. I use a tool called Seamless AI, and I can show this to you later, but I can go in and say, I want to see manufacturing businesses that are between this dollar value and revenues that have this many employees in this geography. And it will print out the names of those businesses. I can drill down on the business and say, I want to see plant managers or director of operations, and thinking about where we were going to sell these wear components that we cut plastic film with, where York saw. It gives me a prospect list. These things are all vetted. I typically end up getting not only their work address, I probably end up getting their social media presence, as well as maybe in some cases also their personal web address. It's creepy, it makes me nervous, but it's a tool that's helped us be more directive in terms of how we're going to marketing and identifying who's going to be making the decisions at those facilities. I think when I talked to you at the open house, you said about 50% of your business is it's more than that now, it's residential.
Yeah, 50% commercial.
It's 50 commercial and then 50, yeah. If you wanted to make a push into the other 50%, and let's just say in a different geography, let's say that you wanted to do something that out in Clark or maybe out in Loudoun County, make a push there to supply contractors or whatever. You could use a tool like Seamless AI to evaluate it. It's an algorithm. It goes out and it scrubs the internet, and it kind of pieces it together. That you work for signs, then it would go, if they determine that, they would go to see if you have any other presences that exist online, maybe personal, maybe professional, and it would do that for everybody within your organization. Same with Fabritech. I was asking you about the toolings. We spent a fortune making tooling that would hold metal that got presented into a grinding terminal that would put edges on stuff. It's, these things, every new customer had their own tooling. Who's doing that type of work? I can tell you Cadence is doing that work in Stanton, and I'll be glad to give you an introduction to them if you want to. But there's plenty of other people that exist up and down the valley that are doing that work, that need, laser drilling or laser welding or Swiss turning, those types of things. And using that tool to identify it it's been pretty helpful for us. The other one, this is crazy. I have a friend of mine that does what I do in Cincinnati, and he uses a virtual assistant. You know, one of the things I think about is what do I really like to do in my business and what I don't like to do. The marketing piece is tough for me. I mean, it's just not something I love to do, but I have to do it. And he has been able to use his virtual assistant just to go in and find articles that post on LinkedIn that ultimately get his readership up. He's gone from 1,000 people to 10,000 people that subscribe. It's $300 a month. He just sets a cap on it. It's what he pays this lady. She's really good at social media. Sean is not. You know, she can go in and make comments. You know, if you on LinkedIn, you can't just hit the like button. The algorithm likes you to type something or to forward it. She does that work for him. She's US based out of Atlanta, and that's a tool that he's used that's worked really well for him. And I've investigated that as well.
Do they have, through Fiverr, don't they have some third-party kind of ghostwriters or marketing?
Yes, can do blogs.
It's probably a little bit more affordable than a monthly $300.
Yep, exactly right. And they also have apps on your phone. Like I could sit down today and just hit, does it mind if I record this? Could record it, and then it would transcribe it to text for me. So if I want to make sure I didn't miss any of the details in my note taking, tools like that are available, and I think that they're becoming more and more popular.
On the virtual assistant, is that a program or is that an actual person?
It's a person.
It's a person.
Mm-hmm. Can help you with setting meetings. You know, just imagine before you take off on your trip, if you're going to see 10 people, the virtual assistant can place calls or emails to them and say, just confirming that we have a meeting at 11 o'clock on the 23rd. And it's pretty affordable. You can find them through Fiverr, you know, Fiverr. It's a website that's full of independent contractors, and that's one of the most popular ones to do that type of work. And we kind of covered this. Doing simple tasks, help you with note taking, can help you look at predictive analytics to find the right people. So like the seamless AI is when I make sure. So Tom is out traveling. Tom Bowser is my sales guy up for York Saul. He's on a trip right now. He's landing in Milwaukee and he's doing a loop. He started yesterday. So we know we're going to go see some existing customers, but we also want to identify who are the businesses that are like Crohn's or like this. And we use that tool to identify him. And before he goes out on his road show, he'll reach out to those people to target them. The other thing that we use it for is for marketing. We make these things called paper tube saws. You're going to learn a lot of useless information here. You know, like wrapping paper or any sort of craft paper that you might wrap packages in that you ship, it all has a hollow tube, right? Those are really regional businesses because they can't ship that paper very long because the tubes will get crushed. So there's lots of these people that exist in region to region. The biggest one is a group called Sunoco. They're in Hartsville, South Carolina. Hartsville has one stoplight. It's a $45 billion company. And so they have 80 plants in the United States. We're in the Jackson, Tennessee facility. We want to find out who these other people are and who has the same title as the person we're working with in Jackson, Tennessee, and get them a mailer out that says we're approved supplier of paper tube saws for Sunoco. So those are the types of things that you can do. You can be very, very targeted. The days of chasing smokestacks, if you're doing industrial cleanup work, or just looking and saying, well, there's an airport, there's a municipal airport, an FBO here I need to go see. You can go to one place and figure out exactly who it is that you need to talk to there rather than making a cold call. It's a different kind of cold call, but it's not one that puts you in the car and out there with them. Hiring quality sales talent. We've talked about this being a gap. Making sure that people can do virtual phone calls, do these Zoom calls. The other challenge is, and no offense to our younger people that are here, I have a 24-year-old son and a 20-year-old son. Their friends don't know how to talk to people, right? They're much more comfortable in being able to communicate my thought, this stands, there's not going to be any back and forth via text or via email. than they are in having a 5-minute phone conversation. We may find some middle ground there, but I need to figure out how to adopt technology that's going to better suit younger clients for me, and they've got to do a better job of figuring out what works for them and talking to other clients. Again, going back to the behavioral model. So that is a real challenge. Having a good recruiter is a good thing. Having a good connector in your community. Hope McCutcheon is in Charlottesville, Virginia. If you just, I'm connected with her. She knows everybody. I mean, she's not a recruiter, so to say, but what she likes to do is to put people together.